Intro, get comfortable. Dim the lights if you want. This one is going to take a while, and that's the point. For the next few hours, we're going inside Springfield. Not the Springfield you think you know from casual Sunday night viewing. Not the one with the couch gag and the familiar yellow family. The other Springfield. The one underneath. The one the show has been quietly building for 36 years, one buried detail at a time. In the background of jokes, in the margins of throwaway gags, in the corners of scenes that were never meant to be examined too closely. We're going to follow every major theory, every buried mystery, every thread the show introduced and never resolved. And by the time we're done, the version of Springfield you carry around in your memory will look completely different. Let's start. Section 1. The nuclear power plant is poisoning everyone, and the show has been telling you since day one. There is a building at the edge of Springfield that dominates the town's skyline. You've seen it in the opening credits of every single episode for 36 years. Two massive cooling towers, steam rising from the tops, sitting just outside of town like a monument that everyone has quietly agreed to stop looking at. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant, owned and operated by Charles Montgomery Burns. Primary source of electrical power for the entire population. And, according to the most thoroughly supported theory in the entire history of this show, the single most catastrophic ongoing disaster in the fictional history of American television. The theory is this. The power plant has been leaking radioactive contamination into Springfield's environment for decades. The water is poisoned. The air is compromised. The soil around the facility carries traces of radioactive material that has worked its way into the food supply, the groundwater, and the bodies of every living organism in the region. And the physical characteristics that define Springfield's residents, the yellow skin, the bulging eyes, the four fingers, the impossible resilience, the cognitive impairment are not stylistic choices. They are symptoms. Every quirk of Springfield's population that viewers have spent 36 years accepting as cartoon shorthand is actually the show depicting the physical effects of chronic radiation exposure on a captive human population. And the evidence for this theory is not thin. It is not the product of someone reading too deeply into a background detail. It is overwhelming. It is systematic. It runs through nearly every season the show has ever produced. And once you start seeing it, it becomes genuinely difficult to understand why the show doesn't just come out and say it directly. Let's start with what the show has confirmed on the record about the plant itself. The Springfield Nuclear Power Plant has received a surprise safety inspection. During that inspection, the facility was found to be in violation of 342 separate safety regulations. Not 3, not 12, 342. The estimated cost of bringing the plant into compliance with basic safety standards was $56 million. Burns, a billionaire many times over, refused to spend it. His reasoning, never stated outright but implied across multiple episodes, was simple. Spending the money would mean acknowledging the violations existed, and acknowledging the violations existed would open the door to questions about what those violations had already done. The violations themselves are not minor administrative oversights. They are not paperwork errors or procedural technicalities. They are the kind of safety failures that, in the real world, would result in criminal charges, facility shutdowns, and federal intervention on an emergency basis. Radioactive waste being dumped directly into bodies of water. Radioactive material disposed of on playgrounds used by children. Plutonium, actual weapons-grade radioactive material being used as a paperweight on someone's desk. Cooling towers with structural cracks patched using chewing gum. And perhaps the most quietly disturbing detail of all. The facility's lower levels contained luminous rats. Rodents whose bodies were emitting visible light from radiation exposure, running through the infrastructure of an active nuclear facility, and nobody had addressed them. Then, there are the human skeletons found in the basement. The show drops this detail casually, in the middle of an inspection sequence, and never returns to it. Human skeletal remains in the lower levels of a working nuclear reactor. No explanation. No investigation. No follow-up from anyone in authority. The safety inspector notes the bones and moves on, and Springfield moves on with him, and the audience moves on too because the show frames it as a throwaway absurdist gag. And the pacing doesn't allow time to sit with what was just revealed. But sit with it for a moment. People died inside that plant. Their remains were never removed. the facility continued operating around them, and the man responsible for that facility refused to spend $56 million to fix the problems that likely contributed to those deaths. Now consider who is responsible for preventing any of this from happening again. Homer Simpson holds the position of safety inspector at the Springfield nuclear power plant. This is his official title. His job description, in the most literal possible terms, is to ensure that the facility does not poison the surrounding town. He is the last line of defense between Springfield's population and the radioactive material sitting in those cracked, gum-patched cooling towers. Matt Groening, the show's creator, has stated in interviews that Homer's IQ is approximately 55. For reference, an IQ of 70 is the clinical threshold often cited for intellectual disability. Homer Simpson falls 25 points below that line. He is, by his own creator's admission, cognitively operating at a level that would raise serious questions about his ability to hold almost any job, let alone one where his failures could result in a regional nuclear catastrophe. And Homer's cognitive limitations are not just an inherited trait or a naturally occurring condition. Season 12 reveals that Homer has had a crayon lodged in his brain since childhood. A standard crayon, pushed up through his nasal passage as a child, embedded in his frontal lobe, sitting there undiscovered for decades. When the crayon is surgically removed, Homer's IQ jumps dramatically. He becomes articulate, perceptive, capable of complex reasoning and nuanced emotional processing. He is, without the crayon, genuinely intelligent. The crayon wasn't limiting him slightly. It was actively suppressing a significant portion of his cognitive function for his entire adult life. Homer eventually chooses to have the crayon reinserted because the clarity was unbearable. More on that later. But here's the question the show never asks about the crayon. How did Homer go through his entire childhood, his adolescence, years of adult medical care in Springfield, and not a single doctor ever found a foreign object in his skull? Either every medical professional in Springfield is catastrophically incompetent, or someone knew it was there and left it alone. That second possibility is the one the coma theory and the radiation theory both point toward, and we'll come back to it. For now, the relevant point is this. The man operating as Springfield's nuclear safety inspector has been operating with a crayon pressed against his brain, working at reduced cognitive capacity, sleeping at his workstation, eating during meltdown warnings, and on at least one documented occasion, throwing a donut into the reactor core to observe what would happen to it. This is the person standing between Springfield and radioactive catastrophe. He has been standing there for over 3 decades. Now, here's where the theory begins to develop real teeth. The first visible mutation in Springfield appears in Season 2. Blinky, the three-eyed fish. A fish pulled from a river near the power plant, caught with a third eye growing from the center of its head, and immediately held up as evidence by a gubernatorial candidate that Burns's facility is actively altering the biology of the organisms in Springfield's water supply. The candidate uses Blinky as the centerpiece of his campaign. He argues that if the fish have 3 eyes, the water is poisoned, and if the water is poisoned, the people drinking it are in danger. Burns's response is to eat the fish on live television. He takes a bite of the 3-eyed fish in front of cameras to demonstrate that it's harmless. The town watches. A few people wince. And then the news cycle moves on. Nobody tests the water, nobody follows up on the fish study, and the candidate loses the election. But notice the question that nobody in Springfield thinks to ask. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is the contamination doing to the people who have been drinking the same water for years? The fish mutation is visible. You can see it. You can hold it up and point to it. The fish had 3 eyes because something in the water rewrote its biology. That same something has been in Springfield's water supply, running through the pipes, coming out of the taps, being consumed daily by every resident. The answer, the theory argues, has been on screen since the very first episode. Look at Homer Simpson. Massive overbite, eyes that bulge significantly beyond normal human anatomy, 4 fingers on each hand, a detail so ubiquitous it disappears into the show's visual language, but one that has no biological basis in normal human development. A skull shape that, if you trace its proportions, does not correspond to standard human cranial geometry, and a body that absorbs damage at a level that should, by any reasonable physiological standard, be fatal multiple times over. Homer has been shot. He has been electrocuted. He has fallen from significant heights. He has been struck by vehicles, caught in explosions, survived industrial accidents, and walked away from events that would kill an ordinary person with absolute certainty. His pain tolerance is not human. His recovery rate is not human. His ability to sustain catastrophic physical trauma and return to baseline function within hours or days is not something that can be explained by cartoon physics alone, not when the show has consistently presented itself as operating within rules, not when it expects you to care about the emotional consequences of its storylines, not when it asks you to believe that Homer's relationship with his family means something real. Marge shows the same physical markers, the same protruding eyes, the same forefingers, the hair that grows vertically in a tower that defies every law of physics and gravity, maintaining its shape without product or structural support for 36 years without variation. Marge was herself employed at the power plant for a period. She was exposed to the same facility, the same environment, the same broken infrastructure, and their children, all three of them, were born and raised in Springfield. Bart's hair stands in permanent spikes without product, maintaining its shape through sleep, weather, and physical activity. Lisa's hair forms a perfect starburst that has never shifted. Maggie has the same eyes, the same proportions. Every member of the family displays physical characteristics that are not found in normal human populations anywhere else in the show's universe. Because here is the detail that makes the radiation theory click into place in a way that's very hard to argue against. When characters visit Springfield from outside, when guest stars appear, when characters from other cities are introduced, they look different. Not stylistically different in a minor way, but fundamentally different in their proportions. Their eyes are more normally sized. Their body proportions are more anatomically standard. Their features more closely approximate what actual human beings look like. The show's artists draw outsiders with visibly more realistic human proportions than they use for Springfield residents. The standard explanation is that this is just the art style. Springfield residents have the Simpsons look because it's the Simpsons. But within the internal logic of the show's own universe, that explanation doesn't actually hold. The show exists in a world that is meant to reflect reality. The characters experience consequences. They feel pain. They grieve. They grow and fail and love. The world around them is meant to be taken seriously on its own terms. And on those terms, there is a visible, observable biological difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who come from outside it. The residents look mutated. The visitors look normal. Even the animals are affected. The Simpson family dog, Santa's little helper, has the same bulging eyes as his owners. His proportions deviate from real greyhound anatomy in the same direction as the human characters. Blinky the fish grew a third eye. Springfield's wildlife is demonstrably, canonically altered by the plant's runoff. The show tells you this explicitly with Blinky. It hands you the evidence. And then it expects you to believe the same contamination has produced zero biological effects in the humans sharing that environment. Burns understands all of this. The show makes this explicit, though it never quite connects the dots out loud. The Springfield Files, a Season 8 episode built around a parody of The X-Files, features one of the most revealing moments in the entire series. Homer encounters a glowing figure in the woods near Springfield. He reports it as an alien encounter. The FBI sends agents to investigate. The town panics. And when the truth is finally revealed, the alien is Burns. Burns has been undergoing a weekly medical treatment so intensive, so saturated with chemical compounds and controlled radiation therapy, that the process causes his body to emit a visible green glow. After each session, he wanders out of the facility in a dazed, euphoric state, disoriented enough that he stumbles through the forest like something from another world. His body literally glows in the dark. Think about what that means. Burns requires a weekly injection of what amounts to controlled radiation to sustain his biological functions. Without the treatment, he dies within 7 days. His body has been so fundamentally altered by decades of proximity to nuclear material that it cannot sustain itself through normal cellular processes anymore. He needs external radiation input the way a standard human being needs food and water. Burns isn't just profiting from radioactive contamination. He is personally dependent on it. He understands radiation biology more intimately than anyone in Springfield because his own survival depends on managing its effects in his body. He has private physicians. He funds pharmaceutical research. He has an entire medical infrastructure dedicated to the singular task of keeping his altered biology functional week after week. And he has been watching the same process unfold in the bodies of Springfield's residents for decades. The show makes his awareness explicit in multiple episodes. Burns monitors the town. He understands what his plant is doing to the people around it. He is not ignorant of the contamination. He is its most knowledgeable observer because he has been living inside his own version of the same process for over a century. The question the show never directly answers is whether Burns engineered any of this deliberately, or whether the contamination is simply a convenient byproduct of a facility he never bothered to fix because fixing it was expensive and the consequences were falling on people who couldn't fight back. The evidence supports both readings. Burns is certainly willing to let the situation continue. Whether he planned it from the beginning is left ambiguous. Homer's continued employment at the plant, though that one is harder to read as passive negligence. When German investors briefly purchased the plant, the first thing they did upon taking ownership was fire Homer. They recognized immediately that a safety inspector with Homer's cognitive profile represented a catastrophic liability. They then assessed the cost of bringing the facility into compliance with safety regulations and nearly went bankrupt from the estimate alone. Burns bought the plant back as soon as possible and rehired Homer on the first day. A competent safety inspector would shut that plant down within weeks. The violations are too numerous, too serious, too well documented to survive any genuine regulatory scrutiny. Homer ensures those violations continue. He sleeps through emergencies, he misfiles reports, he responds to meltdown warnings by wondering if donuts expand in nuclear reactors. Every day Homer shows up to work is another day the contamination continues, another day the cooling towers leak, another day the water table absorbs a little more of whatever is running off from those cracked foundations. Burns doesn't keep Homer employed out of loyalty or habit. He keeps Homer employed because Homer's incompetence is the mechanism that keeps the plant operational. Homer is not a mistake. Homer is the plan. And here is where the theory reaches its darkest conclusion. The crayon in Homer's brain wasn't just an accident that slipped through Springfield's medical establishment undetected. If Burns's influence extends into Springfield's healthcare infrastructure, and the show has given multiple indications that it does, that doctors in Springfield operate within a system shaped by Burns's money and Burns's priorities, then it's possible that the crayon was known about and left in place deliberately. A useful reduction in the cognitive capacity of the man whose job was to prevent Burns's plant from facing serious scrutiny. The radiation theory doesn't just explain Homer's physical resilience and cognitive impairment. It explains why the town forgets catastrophes, why characters don't age, why Springfield resets after disasters. The neurological effects of chronic radiation exposure include documented impacts on memory, executive function, and critical thinking. A population that has been drinking contaminated water and breathing compromised air for decades would not have the cognitive resources to sustain long-term awareness of systemic problems. They would forget. They would move on. They would normalize the three-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire and the yellow skin and the four fingers, because the same contamination that produced those symptoms also compromised the cognitive architecture necessary to recognize them as symptoms. The town doesn't ask questions because the town has been slowly made incapable of asking questions. When the Simpsons movie came out, it took the evidence to its logical conclusion. Springfield's environmental contamination reaches a point so extreme that the Environmental Protection Agency, a real federal agency, operating within the show's universe as a functioning government body, determines that the town must be physically sealed under a glass dome to prevent its pollution from spreading to the surrounding region. The United States government looked at Springfield and concluded that the only viable solution was containment. Not cleanup, not gradual remediation, not a regulatory fine. A dome. The entire town classified as an environmental hazard and quarantined, and the residents are still inside when it goes up. Springfield isn't a quirky cartoon community with an endearing nuclear problem in the background. Within the logic of the show's own universe, Springfield is a contamination zone. The residents are not eccentrics. They are a population displaying the long-term biological and neurological effects of multi-generational radiation exposure, managed by the man who benefits from keeping that exposure ongoing, protected by a safety inspector who was cognitively compromised before he ever clocked in for his first shift. Every yellow face, every bulging eye, every impossible recovery from a fatal injury, every catastrophe forgotten by the following episode, every reset, every moment of collective amnesia. The radiation theory traces all of it back to the same source: the cracked cooling towers, the leaked contamination, the three-eyed fish nobody thought to test twice. The show has been telling this story since season 2. It's just been telling it quietly, one background detail at a time, trusting that the audience would eventually put the pieces together. Most of us never did, which, if the theory is correct, may say something interesting about what we've been drinking. Drop a comment with your location and the time you're watching this. I love knowing where in the world people are falling asleep to this. And if you haven't subscribed yet, now's a good time. Section 2. Homer's coma every episode since 1993 is a dream. Now we take everything we just discussed, the radiation, the mutations, the cracked plant, the contaminated town, and we ask a different question entirely. What if all of it is real, but only inside the mind of a man who has been unconscious since the spring of 1993? This is the Homer coma theory. It is, by most measures, the single most popular, most debated, and most internally consistent fan theory the show has ever generated. It has been discussed in academic contexts. It has been addressed by the show's own writers. It has been referenced in an episode that was then officially dismissed as a hoax. And it refuses, despite more than 30 years of the show's continued existence, to go away, because the evidence for it is baked into the structure of the show itself. Here's where it begins. The 1st of April 1993, Season 4, Episode 18. The episode is called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise is straightforward enough. It's a clip show, a budget episode designed to revisit memorable moments from previous seasons. Bart plays a series of escalating April Fool's pranks on Homer, each one more elaborate than the last, until the final prank involves taking one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop and placing it inside an industrial paint shaker. When Homer opens the can, the resulting explosion is violent enough to send him to the hospital. While Homer is recovering in his hospital bed, he notices a vending machine across the room. He reaches for it, trying to get a candy bar. The machine tips over. It crushes him, and Homer Simpson enters a coma. This is not a dream sequence. It is not played as an extended gag. Homer flatlines. He enters a clinically documented unconscious state that the show tells us lasts for 7 weeks. The medical staff treats it as a genuine medical emergency. His family is frightened. The show plays the emotional weight of the situation with at least partial sincerity. At the end of the episode, Homer appears to wake up. Bart is at his bedside, tearfully confessing that the whole thing was his fault. Homer springs awake and immediately begins strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs. Everything is fine. The show tells you he woke up, but in the final moments of that same episode, a piece of information is delivered that the show expects the audience to absorb and immediately forget. Homer lost 5% of his brain function during the coma. 5% permanently gone, destroyed by the prolonged period of unconsciousness, never coming back. Homer's response to learning this is to laugh, even as he acknowledges that he doesn't understand why he's laughing. The family finds this charming. The coma theory asks, what if he never woke up? What if the moment Homer laughed without understanding why, the moment the family smiled and moved on, and the credits rolled, was not the end of the coma story, but the beginning of it? What if the Homer who appeared to wake up was not actually conscious, not actually returned to the waking world, but was instead a projection, the beginning of a long, elaborate dream generated by the mind of a man lying in a hospital bed in Springfield General, slowly losing the last of his brain function while his family sat beside him? The theory, originally developed in detail by a Reddit user who posted it under the name Hard Topic, a name, argues that every single episode of The Simpsons that has aired after April 1993, every storyline, every character development, every impossible adventure, every guest star, every world-altering event that resets by the following week is a dream. Homer's dream. Produced by a comatose brain drawing on whatever fragments of reality it can absorb from the hospital environment around it, constructing an elaborate simulation of the life Homer had before the vending machine fell. The evidence for this is, depending on how you look at it, either fascinating or devastating. Start with the most obvious evidence, the tonal shift. Before the coma episode, The Simpsons was a specific kind of show. It was grounded, not realistic exactly. It was always a cartoon, always willing to bend physics for a joke, but it was rooted in recognizable domestic human experience. Homer tries to quit drinking and struggles. Marge considers whether she's truly satisfied with the life she's chosen. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher and deals with the particular loneliness of being a bright child in an environment that doesn't reward intelligence. Bart faces the prospect of being held back a year in school and confronts what that would mean for his identity and his relationships. These are everyday family problems: financial pressure, marital anxiety, academic failure, the particular difficulty of childhood in a household where the adults are too absorbed in their own struggles to always see clearly. The emotional core of early Simpsons was built on the kind of situations that actual middle-class American families experience, filtered through satire, but never completely disconnected from recognizable truth. After the coma, everything changes. The shift is not subtle, it is seismic, and it happens relatively quickly. Homer goes to space. Not metaphorically, not in a dream within the show's narrative. Homer literally travels to the International Space Station as a civilian astronaut. Mr. Burns captures the Loch Ness Monster. Homer becomes the leader of a neighborhood vigilante patrol that grows into a full paramilitary organization. Homer joins a secret society, the Stonecutters, with elaborate rituals, a hierarchy, and a hold over every institution in Springfield. Homer discovers that his mother, whom he had believed dead his entire life, is alive and has been hiding from the FBI as a fugitive radical. Homer meets God. Twice, he has extended conversations with the divine across multiple episodes. The show transforms from a domestic family sitcom grounded in economic anxiety into something else entirely. A show where the central character has personally met multiple sitting presidents, traveled to dozens of countries across every continent, held hundreds of different jobs, befriended celebrities from every tier of American cultural life, survived physical trauma that would destroy a platoon of combat veterans, and consistently returned to baseline function in time for the next episode with no lasting consequences from any of it. The escalation is so dramatic that even viewers who have never heard of the coma theory have noticed it. The debate about when The Simpsons quote-unquote got bad has been running on the internet for 20 years. Fans argue about which season represents the turning point, which episode crossed a line, which creative decision marked the beginning of the show's drift from its original identity. The coma theory offers a precise answer to that question. The show didn't get bad. Homer's brain got worse. Each season, as the coma deepens, as the neurological damage accumulates, the dream becomes less anchored to external reality and more reflective of the destabilizing, increasingly fantastic quality that characterizes the later stages of prolonged unconsciousness. The dream gets stranger because the dreamer is deteriorating. Now consider the detail that genuinely makes this theory difficult to dismiss. 6 months before the coma episode, in the Season 4 premiere, Homer, the heretic Homer, has a direct, face-to-face conversation with God. An actual theological encounter in which the divine appears to Homer in his living room and they speak to each other. During that conversation, God tells Homer something specific. He says that Homer will learn the meaning of life, but not yet. He says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer enters a coma. God told Homer his time was nearly up. God said the answer was coming, but not yet. And 6 months after that conversation, Homer's conscious life, his waking, present, aware engagement with the physical world ended. What the show frames as a quirky theological gag, a funny conversation in a funny episode, reads under the coma theory as a prophecy. God was telling Homer that his waking life was about to close, that what followed would be something else, that the meaning he was promised would come to him in the only way it still could, through a dream that never ends. Then there's the question of aging, which the coma theory handles more elegantly than any other explanation anyone has ever proposed for this show. Nobody in Springfield ages. This is the most fundamental, most inescapable anomaly in the entire series. Bart has been 10 years old for 36 years. Lisa has been 8, Maggie has been 1. Homer and Marge haven't gained a wrinkle or a gray hair despite having lived through decades of the most physically and emotionally stressful domestic experiences imaginable. The show uses what the industry calls a floating timeline. The present is always the viewer's present. The characters stay fixed. The year changes around them while they remain frozen. Every theory attempts to explain this. The radiation theory argues that the contamination has altered cellular biology to prevent normal aging. Cartoon logic says it's just how animated shows work. But the coma theory has the simplest possible answer, and it's the one that carries the most emotional weight. Nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went to sleep in April 1993 and has not woken up. Homer's children do not grow older because Homer's unconscious brain has no reference material for who they would become. He has no memory of Bart at 12 or 14 or 20. He has never seen Lisa in high school. He has never watched Maggie take her first steps. His knowledge of his children ends at the moment the vending machine fell. And so in the dream, they are preserved at exactly those ages. Not because the dream is cruel, but because the dreamer's brain can only simulate what it knows. Homer's version of his children is locked in amber because he has no data from beyond that lock point. Marge doesn't age because the last time Homer saw her truly, consciously, as a fully present and aware husband, she looked exactly like she looks in every episode. His mind renders her at the age he loved her, at the precise physical moment he last saw her clearly. His friends don't change. His neighborhood doesn't transform. His house on Evergreen Terrace stays exactly as it was, because his unconscious brain is not receiving new information about any of these things. It is running a simulation from existing memory, the world as it existed on the last day Homer Simpson was awake. And it is running that simulation on a loop, cycling through variations, adding dream logic and escalating fantasy as the brain's grip on coherence slowly loosens. The celebrity appearances that flood later seasons of the show take on a completely different quality under the coma theory. Springfield is not a real location that has become inexplicably attractive to famous people. Homer's brain is receiving ambient stimuli from the hospital environment, television playing in the room, voices of visitors at his bedside, radio from a nearby window, news broadcasts, entertainment programs, sports coverage. His mind absorbs these fragments of external media, hears names, catches glimpses of voices, processes cultural references floating through the fog of the hospital room and incorporates them into the dream. Every celebrity who appears in Springfield is a voice Homer heard through the haze of unconsciousness, translated into a dream character by a brain that is desperately trying to maintain the simulation. The more years pass, the more voices float through, the more the dream fills up with people Homer's waking life never included. The show itself has acknowledged the theory, though it has done so in the most carefully constructed way possible. In Season 34, an episode called Lisa the Boy Scout contains what was initially presented as a leaked, secretly filmed deleted scene showing Homer waking up from a long coma with the revelation that every outlandish episode had been a dream. The footage circulated online and generated enormous discussion. It appeared to confirm the theory completely. Then the show's representatives announced that the footage was a deliberate hoax, a fake scene created and planted by hackers, not a real deleted scene at all. Case closed. Except here's what that dismissal requires you to ignore. Somebody made that scene. It was animated. It was written. It was fully produced with voice actors and the visual quality of a real episode. The hoax required significant production resources and institutional knowledge. The show's writers, or people extremely close to them, created a fully realized depiction of Homer waking from a coma, acknowledged that the theory had been the organizing framework for the show's last several decades, and then claimed it was a joke. They showed you the answer. Then they said it was a prank. Then they went back to making the show exactly as before. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the theory directly in 2015. He stated plainly that it isn't true. He dismissed it as fan speculation with the confidence of a person who has just definitively settled a question. But in doing so, he left a remarkable number of things unaddressed. He didn't explain why nobody ages. He didn't explain the tonal shift after Season 4. He didn't explain God's prophecy 6 months before the coma. He didn't explain why the show has become progressively more surreal and logically detached from reality with each passing season, accelerating in exactly the direction you would expect from a dream being generated by a brain in gradual neurological decline. He said it's not true. The interviewer accepted this and moved on. But the theory did not move on. Because the theory does something that no official explanation has ever successfully done, it makes the show make sense. All of it. Every inconsistency, every impossible event, every reset, every forgotten catastrophe. The reset button between episodes, the mechanism by which any consequence from a previous episode disappears without comment, allowing the show to treat each week as a fresh start makes perfect sense if each episode is a separate dream cycle. Dreams reset. Dreams don't carry continuity from the previous night's dream. Each new episode is not a continuation of the last one. It is Homer's comatose mind beginning a new simulation, drawing on the same characters and the same locations but constructing a new scenario from scratch, because the previous simulation ended when sleep ended, when the dream cycle closed, when the brain moved into a new phase. Homer survives everything because nothing is actually happening to his body. His body is in a hospital bed. He has an IV line and monitors and a family that may or may not still be coming to visit after all these years. The Homer who falls off cliffs and survives explosions and gets hit by cars and walks away laughing is not a physical person absorbing physical damage. He is a dream character in a dream that cannot kill him because the dream belongs to him and his mind will not write his own death. He always finds his way home by the end of each episode. Always, without exception. Whatever happens, whatever adventure he's dragged through, whatever catastrophe unfolds, whatever impossible sequence of events transpires, Homer ends up back on Evergreen Terrace, back with his family, back on the couch. Because the dream has one imperative. The one thing Homer's comatose mind is oriented around. The single emotional fact that anchors every simulation it runs. He wants his family. He wants them preserved exactly as they were. He wants Marge to still love him the way she loved him in 1993. He wants Bart to still be his mischievous 10-year-old. He wants Lisa to still be playing her saxophone in her bedroom, idealistic and brilliant, and still small enough to pick up and hold. He wants Maggie to still have that pacifier. He wants Friday night at 742 Evergreen Terrace to last forever. And in the coma, it does. The dream gives him the only thing he would ever ask for. His family preserved in amber. His children never growing up, never moving away, never becoming people he doesn't recognize. His wife never leaving, never getting tired, never finding someone who remembers her name without being reminded. His life running on a loop in a house that never gets older, in a town that never changes, watched over by a mind that will not let the story end. The coma theory doesn't make The Simpsons a tragedy. It makes every episode an act of love. A father dreaming about his family. A man who fell asleep in 1993 and whose unconscious mind has been generating variations on the same beautiful, chaotic, frustrating, joyful domestic story for 30 years because the alternative waking up and finding out what happened while he was gone, finding out how old his children are now, finding out whether Marge waited, finding out whether anyone is still sitting beside his bed is a thing his dreaming mind refuses to face. The show will never confirm this, but it will never fully disprove it either, because the evidence is structural. It's in the aging freeze and the tonal shift and the celebrity flood and the escalating surrealism and the reset button and the way Homer always goes home. And because if it is true, then every episode you've ever watched, every time you laughed at something Homer did, every time the couch gag made you feel like you'd come home, you were watching a man's dream. A love letter from an unconscious father to the family he can't reach. Every episode, every season, 36 years. All of it. A dream that will not end, because the dreamer loves his family too much to wake up and find out they've grown without him. Section 3. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The case was never actually closed. Before we talk about what the evidence actually shows, let's acknowledge what the show officially told you. Season 7, Episode 1, Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 2. Baby Maggie did it. The gun fell from Burns's holster. Maggie picked it up. It discharged. Burns was hit. The mystery is solved and has been solved for 30 years. Except the case was never actually closed. Not really. The more carefully you look at the evidence, the physical evidence, the witness testimony, the procedural record of the investigation, the clues the show planted in Part 1, the more the official answer starts to look like the most convenient answer rather than the correct one. And the difference between those two things in Springfield matters. Let's go back to the beginning. Season 6, Episode 25. Who Shot Mr. Burns Part 1. the summer of 1995. The Simpsons did something that had genuinely never been attempted by an animated television series before, a real whodunit cliffhanger, designed with enough rigor that the show's creators felt confident, inviting the entire American viewing public to participate in a contest to guess the shooter. The winner would be animated into a future episode of the show. Fox promoted it as a cultural event. America's Most Wanted, the real television program, produced a tie-in special called Springfield's Most Wanted, treating the fictional crime as if it were an actual unsolved case. The show was not just a piece of television that summer. It was a national puzzle. Here's the puzzle as it was presented. Charles Montgomery Burns had, over the course of the season, committed a series of acts against the Springfield community so comprehensively destructive that by the finale, essentially every resident of the town had a documented legitimate reason to want him dead. He drilled beneath Springfield Elementary to steal an oil deposit that sat under the school's foundation, gutting the school's budget and eliminating every extracurricular program in the process. He'd financially engineered the bankruptcy of Moe's Tavern. He'd created a sinkhole that destroyed the Springfield retirement castle. He'd injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family's dog, during one of his schemes. And in his final act before being shot, the one that pushed the entire town beyond its limit, he constructed a massive mechanical device and used it to block out the sun above Springfield. Not dim it, block it. Burns built a physical structure capable of preventing sunlight from reaching the town, intending to force every resident to purchase artificial light from his power plant. He was going to charge the citizens of Springfield for the sun. When his assistant Smithers protested the plan, Burns fired him on the spot. By the end of Part 1, the show had established clear, specific, emotionally motivated reasons for more than a dozen characters to wish Burns dead. Homer, whose name Burns had refused to learn despite years of employment. Bart and Lisa, whose school had been gutted. Grandpa Simpson, whose retirement home had been destroyed. Groundskeeper Willie, who had lost his job in the budget cuts. Tito Puente, who had lost the school's music program. Moe, whose bar had been bankrupted. Even Smithers, freshly fired and descending into alcoholism, every one of them gathered at a public town meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were visibly armed, the tension built to a breaking point. Then Burns collapsed, a single gunshot wound to the chest. He staggered onto the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on two specific letters. Depending on your perspective, those letters read either W and S, or from Burns's own viewpoint, looking up from the ground M and S. The screen went black. America had to wait an entire summer to find out who pulled the trigger. Now, here is what the official resolution told you. Part 2 aired in September 1995. Chief Wiggum leads the investigation with his characteristic mixture of incompetence and confidence. The investigation proceeds through a sequence of comedic eliminations. Smithers confesses almost immediately he was so consumed by guilt about his firing and his anger toward Burns that he assumed he must have done it. But Smithers' confession collapses when it emerges that he was blackout drunk on the night in question and had actually shot a completely different person. He shot a man named Old Jasper in his wooden leg. Different victim, different location, different crime. Smithers is eliminated. One by one, the other suspects fall away. Principal Skinner has an alibi. Moe has an alibi. Tito Puente has the most extraordinarily comprehensive alibi in the history of television, a full musical number documenting his activities, and is eliminated. The investigation stalls until a critical piece of forensic evidence surfaces. An eyelash found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis traces it to a Simpson. Homer's fingerprints are on the gun. He had the most visible, most documented, most publicly stated motive of anyone in Springfield. He is arrested. He is about to be convicted. Then Burns wakes from his coma and identifies his attacker, Maggie Simpson, baby Maggie, 1-year-old. According to Burns's account, he encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the meeting. He attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun fell from its holster. Maggie picked it up. The gun discharged. Burns was shot. Case closed. Chief Wiggum notes that no jury would convict a baby. The family is relieved. The episode ends with Maggie alone in a room, checking to make sure nobody is watching, and then mimicking the motion of pulling a trigger with her pacifier. Now let's talk about what the evidence actually shows. The contest first. Fox invited the entire American public to submit their guesses. The prize was meaningful. The winner would be animated into a future episode. Thousands of entries were collected. According to the DVD commentary recorded by the show's own writers, not a single person in the randomly selected sample of entries got the correct answer. Nobody won. The person who was awarded the prize was chosen randomly from the pool, and since they hadn't guessed correctly, they received a cash payment instead of the animated appearance. 0 out of thousands. The writers note on that same commentary that they were aware of one person who posted the correct answer to a Simpsons news group on the night the original episode aired. But this person was using a college internet account, and by the time the contest ended and producers tried to find them, the account had been deactivated. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release for this person to come forward. As far as anyone knows, they never did. Think carefully about what this means. The show's creators designed a mystery. They told the public it was solvable from the clues planted in Part 1. They built a national contest around it, and when the answer was revealed, virtually nobody in the entire country had figured it out. Either the clues were insufficient, or the red herrings were so effective that they overwhelmed the genuine evidence, or the answer didn't actually follow logically from the information provided. Now examine the physical evidence, the sundial clue. Burns falls and his hands land on the letters W and S, which from his perspective read M and S. M for Maggie, S for Simpson. The show uses this as the central piece of physical evidence pointing toward Maggie as the shooter. But there's a problem that the show itself acknowledges on the record. Burns states explicitly that the positioning of his hands on the sundial was not intentional. He didn't deliberately reach for those letters to indicate his attacker. He fell and his hands landed where they landed. The central physical clue that the mystery was supposedly built around the piece of evidence the audience was implicitly told to decode as a key to the shooter's identity was, by the victim's own testimony, a coincidence. It means nothing. Burns said so himself. The sundial points to Maggie because someone needed it to point somewhere, and Maggie was the answer the writers had landed on. Now consider the gun. Burns carried a personal firearm in a holster. The show establishes quietly, as a visual background detail in Part 1, that at some point before the shooting, the holster was empty. The gun was missing from Burns's person before the attack occurred. Whoever shot Burns used his own weapon. This rules out any shooter who arrived at the town meeting armed with their own firearm. It means the shooter didn't plan to shoot anyone. They encountered Burns's gun by chance, picked it up impulsively or opportunistically, and used it. A baby finding a gun on the ground fits this profile. So does any number of unarmed characters who attended the meeting without weapons. But it also means the shooter was not someone who came to that meeting planning to commit violence. It was someone who found themselves in proximity to Burns and a loaded weapon at the same moment. Then there's what Burns said at the moment of the shooting. His last words before being hit, as established in Part 1, were, "Oh, it's you." Not a cry of surprise, not a shout of alarm, a simple, calm recognition. "Oh, it's you." The way you'd acknowledge someone familiar, someone you've seen before. Does Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever interacted with her in any meaningful, memorable way prior to this episode? The show doesn't establish any relationship between them. Burns barely manages to remember Homer's name despite decades of employment, and Homer is a grown adult who speaks to him directly. The idea that Burns would encounter a 1-year-old infant he has never interacted with and respond with the calm familiarity of, "Oh, it's you," doesn't track with anything the show has established about Burns's memory or his relationships. "Oh, it's you" is how you greet someone whose presence you're not surprised to see. Someone whose arrival in this context makes sense to you, even if you weren't expecting it. Someone you have a history with. Now consider the season 18 moment that the show dropped and immediately walked away from. Homer, in a conversation that the show presents without ceremony, states that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it on camera. He says it casually. And nobody reacts, nobody investigates, nobody calls for a reopening of the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the richest man in Springfield, and the show treats it as a throwaway line, a one-off moment that disappears into the episode and is never mentioned again. Either Homer is lying for attention, which is plausible. This is a man who has claimed all manner of things for social status, or he's telling the truth. And if he's telling the truth, then Maggie was framed. A 1-year-old infant was officially designated as the perpetrator of a crime committed by her father. The DNA evidence, the sundial, the eyewitness testimony from a man who had just woken from a coma, all of it either fabricated, misinterpreted, or both. The Marge theory deserves serious examination. A Reddit user laid out the case in detail, and it is, to be honest, one of the stronger alternate arguments. Marge had comprehensive motivation. Burns had systematically destroyed her children's school, endangered her family's dog, darkened her children's environment. She was present at the town meeting. There is an earlier episode in which Burns develops an infatuation with Marge after she works briefly at the plant. If Burns was in love with Marge, or had been, his behavior when shot, not panicking, not trying to identify his attacker, instead falling onto a sundial and letting the town draw its own conclusions, becomes legible as a form of protection. He took the bullet. He woke up. He looked around the hospital room at the gathered faces, and rather than name the woman he had feelings for, he let his hands point at 2 letters and said a baby did it. Because here's the thing Chief Wiggum said himself. No jury in the world would convict a baby. Maggie was the perfect fall person for this crime. Too young to deny the accusation. Too young to understand what she was being accused of. Too young to ever face consequences. If someone in Springfield with knowledge, access, and motive wanted to protect the real shooter, there was no cleaner solution than redirecting suspicion toward an infant. The investigation would close. The Simpson family DNA evidence would still implicate the household. And the one person who couldn't be prosecuted would take the blame. The alternate endings confirm that even the writers weren't fully committed to Maggie as the answer. A complete alternate ending was animated, fully voiced, fully produced, in which Smithers is revealed as the shooter. This ending was eventually shown in a later clip show episode, hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses it by saying it wouldn't have worked because all the Simpson DNA evidence would have to be ignored, which would be, and I'm quoting directly here, downright nutty. That line is not accidental. That line is a reference to the O.J. Simpson murder trial, which had concluded just months before Part 2 aired, in which a jury did exactly that, ignored DNA evidence to reach an acquittal. The show is winking at you. It's telling you that ignoring DNA evidence is something that happens. That official verdicts and physical evidence don't always align. That the system can close a case without necessarily solving it. An early draft of the script had Barney Gumble as the shooter. The writers considered it seriously. They planned to send him to prison. This was abandoned. But the implication is clear. The answer was never fixed from the beginning. The clues did not point to a predetermined conclusion. The writers tried multiple shooters, found different endings workable, and eventually landed on Maggie as the choice that was most dramatically satisfying and least consequential. A baby as the shooter means nobody has to go to prison. Nobody's life is destroyed. The Simpson family survives intact. The show goes on. The mystery was reverse engineered. The answer came first, and the evidence was adjusted to accommodate it. And then there is the final shot of the episode. Everyone has left the room. Maggie is alone. She checks carefully, visibly, deliberately to confirm that no one is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show wants you to read this as a confession. Maggie did it, and she knows she did it, and she's replaying it privately, alone, in a way that confirms her guilt. But you could read it differently. A 1-year-old baby who was present when a man was shot, who watched someone pick up a gun and pull a trigger, reenacting the motion she witnessed because that's what very young children do. They mimic what they see. They replay significant sensory experiences in a way that helps them process what happened. Maggie isn't confessing in the final shot of that episode. She's remembering. She's replaying something she witnessed. And whoever she witnessed doing it is the person the show has spent 30 years pointing away from. The official answer is Maggie Simpson. The DVD commentary stands behind it. The writers have maintained it publicly for 3 decades. But the contest nobody won, the sundial clue that Burns himself called meaningless, the fully produced alternate endings, Homer's unaddressed confession, and the final shot of Maggie alone in the room taken together, these form a portrait of a mystery that was not designed to be solved. In Springfield, a case being closed and a case being solved are not the same thing. They have never been the same thing. And the greatest mystery in the show's history was closed in September 1995. It was never actually solved. Section 4, MR. Burns and the secret of his impossible age. How is Mr. Burns still alive? This is not a rhetorical question, and it is not a joke about cartoon logic. Within the established canon of The Simpsons, within the specific rules the show has set for its own universe, across the episodes, flashbacks, and biographical details, it has chosen to make canonical Charles Montgomery Burns is a medical impossibility. His age has been stated, implied, and contradicted across dozens of episodes. Every version of the timeline places his birth somewhere in the latter half of the 19th century. He has described personal memories from events that occurred before the turn of the 20th century, spoken of working relationships with historical figures who died before World War I, and referenced first-hand experiences from the early decades of American industrial expansion. By the most conservative reading of the show's own continuity, Burns is well over 100 years old. By the most generous interpretation of the timeline contradictions, he may be pushing 140. And he does not merely exist in this condition, he functions. Burns runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation with active operational oversight. He manipulates municipal and state politics with a strategic sophistication that requires sustained cognitive engagement. He orchestrates elaborate schemes that demand long-term planning, financial modeling, understanding of modern regulatory frameworks, and the capacity to predict and respond to the actions of adversaries in real time. His body is almost comically frail. He famously cannot generate enough physical force to open a door, but his mind operates at a level of strategic clarity and ruthless intelligence that makes him the most cognitively capable. Character in Springfield. He is, despite everything, sharp. He is present. He is engaged with the world in a way that defies what we understand about the neurology of extreme age. The show has given us a direct window into how Burns maintains this state, and the explanation is simultaneously more specific and more disturbing than anything a fan theory could have invented. We have already discussed the Springfield Files and what it reveals about Burns's medical regimen. He undergoes weekly treatments that cause his body to emit a visible green glow, a luminescent quality significant enough that Homer mistakes him for an alien from another world. These treatments must be administered on a precise schedule. Miss one session, and Burns has 7 days before his systems fail completely. His life is not sustained by any natural biological process. It is maintained through ongoing, recurring medical intervention that requires an entire support infrastructure to execute. But the Springfield Files is not the only episode that illuminates Burns's medical situation. There is a scene in an earlier season, one of the most quoted in the entire series, in which Burns visits a doctor for a general health assessment. The results are, in the clinical sense, remarkable. The doctor informs Burns that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one. Simultaneously. All present in his body at the same time. The doctor explains that this condition, while theoretically incompatible with life, has an unexpected consequence. Burns's diseases are present in such complete and comprehensive abundance that they exist in a state of perfect equilibrium. Each illness is canceling out every other illness. The biological agents competing to kill him are blocking each other's progress because they are all competing at exactly the same time. None of them can gain dominance. None of them can advance. The doctor compares it to 3 people trying to squeeze through a doorway simultaneously. None of them can get through because they are all getting through at once. The doctor concludes that Burns is, by every measurable standard, the sickest human being in the United States of America. He is also, by a paradox of that same sickness, functionally indestructible. Everything that should kill him is being prevented from killing him by everything else that should kill him. This scene plays as comedy. It is one of the most frequently quoted moments in the series. But if you accept the radiation theory, if you accept that Burns's weekly treatments are managing an ongoing state of radiation-induced biological alteration, then the disease equilibrium is not a random medical miracle. It is an engineered outcome. The treatments are not curing Burns. They are managing him. They are maintaining his diseases in precisely calibrated stasis, adjusting the balance week by week, keeping every pathological process locked in gridlock with every other pathological process, preventing any single illness from gaining the upper hand. Burns's body is, in a very literal sense, a reactor. His weekly treatments are the control rods, inserted and adjusted to prevent any element of the system from going critical. Remove the control rods, miss a treatment, and the equilibrium collapses. Everything surges forward at once. Burns does not die the way normal people die. He would explode with illness, overwhelmed from every direction simultaneously in a cascade that his compromised biology could not withstand. Smithers is not simply Burns's loyal assistant. Smithers is the person who keeps Burns alive. The show has established this across multiple episodes, most of them playing it for dark comedy, none of them fully examining what it means. Smithers manages Burns' schedule with an obsessive precision that goes beyond professional loyalty. He monitors Burns' physical condition on a daily basis. He ensures that every medical appointment is kept, every treatment administered on time, every routine maintained. The show has repeatedly demonstrated that if Smithers is removed from this role, if Burns fires him, as happens in several episodes, or if Smithers simply steps away, Burns deteriorates rapidly and dramatically. His helplessness without Smithers is not emotional. It is physiological. Without someone managing his medical protocol, Burns misses doses. Without doses, the equilibrium fails. Smithers has the most important job in Springfield. Not because he loves Burns, though the show suggests he does, in a complicated and largely unrequited way, but because he knows that his absence is equivalent to a slow death sentence, and he carries that knowledge as the foundation of everything he does. Consider the historical record Burns's life represents. The show has populated his biography with an extraordinary range of historical references. He attended Yale. He served in World War II. In a capacity the show implies was, at best, morally ambiguous, including at one point stealing a $1 trillion bill from the United States government and concealing it for decades. He has described personal acquaintance with figures from the Gilded Age, not as history but as personal memory. He has referenced the Spanish-American War in a way that implies first-hand experience. He has known Howard Hughes. The show has also depicted the Burns family as something beyond a single wealthy dynasty. The Burns family tree extends back centuries. They are the kind of wealth that predates the industrial infrastructure they later dominated, the kind of family that shapes national institutions rather than simply operating within them. Their continuity across generations is not the result of normal inheritance patterns. Something about the Burns family has maintained its power for longer than most American institutions have existed. The question the show never answers is whether the medical knowledge that keeps the current Burns alive is a recent innovation dependent on 20th century nuclear technology, or whether the family has always found ways to extend their grip on power beyond normal human lifespans. If Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means, did previous Burns patriarchs employ different methods to achieve similar results? Before radiation therapy and experimental pharmaceuticals, were there other interventions, other technologies, other systems for keeping the powerful man in power beyond the natural term? The show doesn't say. But the implication that Burns is not simply old but architecturally extended, sustained through mechanisms that have evolved over time alongside the available technology, gives the character a dimension that goes beyond cartoon villainy into something stranger. And there is the matter of Burns's relationship to death as a concept. He has come closer to dying than almost any other character in the show's history. He was shot by a baby and survived. He has been hospitalized dozens of times. He has been physically attacked, abandoned in wilderness, subjected to conditions that would be fatal to anyone operating on normal biological parameters. And every single time, Burns returns. Not through the passive indestructibility that characterizes Homer, whose survival is essentially a function of cartoon logic. Burns returns through infrastructure, through money, through the machinery of extreme wealth that ensures there will always be a specialist available, always a facility capable of handling his specific medical requirements, always a Smithers waiting with whatever the weekly treatment requires. Homer survives because the show needs him to survive. Burns survives because he built a system that makes his survival the path of least resistance for everyone involved. Homer's immortality, if that's the right word for it, is passive. It requires nothing from Homer himself. He falls, he gets hit, he walks away, he goes home, and the next episode begins without lasting consequences. Burns's survival is active. It is the product of deliberate, ongoing, extraordinarily expensive effort. Every dollar he has spent over 100 years of operating his empire has been spent, ultimately, in service of a single objective: keeping Burns alive, keeping the treatments coming, keeping the equilibrium maintained, keeping the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the empire dies with him. Not immediately, not all at once, but eventually. The structures he built around his own survival are the same structures that keep his fortune intact, keep his power operational, keep Springfield dependent on his plant and his decisions. Burns has been in power so long that Springfield's entire economic and social infrastructure is built around his continued existence. The town cannot afford to let him die. And Burns cannot allow himself to die because dying would mean the system he built would eventually have to answer for what it has done. The oldest man in Springfield, perhaps the oldest man in America. Sustained by weekly radiation treatments, supported by a fortune that predates the Republic, protected by a devoted assistant whose loyalty is indistinguishable from a medical necessity, surrounded by a population too compromised by the contamination he generated to ask why their employer glows in the dark and remembers events from the previous century as personal experience. He's not immortal in the supernatural sense. He's not magical or mystical or touched by anything beyond the physical world. He's too expensive to die. And Springfield will keep paying the bill as long as Burns keeps the lights on. Section 5. The Principal and the Pauper. The episode that revealed how Springfield actually works. There is one episode in the entire history of The Simpsons that fans have cited with remarkable consistency over nearly 30 years as the moment the show went wrong. The moment the writers stopped caring about continuity, the moment the show betrayed the trust of its audience, the moment everything changed for the worse. That episode is Season 9, Episode 2, The Principal and the Pauper. It aired on the 28th of September, 1997, and the backlash was immediate, intense, and has genuinely never fully subsided. Critics ranked it among the worst episodes ever produced. Harry Shearer, who provides the voice of Principal Skinner as well as Burns and several other characters, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. Fans who had watched the show since its early seasons felt something fundamental had been violated. But here is the argument this section wants to make. The fans have been reading the episode backwards. The Principal and the Pauper did not break The Simpsons. It did not ruin the character of Principal Skinner or demonstrate that the writers had stopped caring about continuity. It did something far more significant and far more disturbing than any of those readings suggest. It showed the audience exactly how Springfield works. It revealed the mechanism, in real time, with explicit on-screen documentation. It answered questions the show had been quietly raising for 9 seasons. And it did so in a way that was so uncomfortably honest that the audience responded by calling it the worst episode ever made, because the truth it contained was not a comfortable thing to watch. Here is what happens. Springfield Elementary holds an event to honor Principal Seymour Skinner on the occasion of his 20th year of service to the school. The ceremony is underway, the community is gathered, and a stranger walks in, a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner. He explains that he is a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war and held in a Southeast Asian facility. He survived, he escaped, he came home, and he arrived to discover that someone else had been living his life for 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Principal Skinner is not Seymour Skinner. He is a man named Armand Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, Tamzarian was a petty criminal from a disadvantaged background, drifting through life without direction or identity. A young man who had never been wanted or valued by anyone. He was drafted into the military. He served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When Skinner was captured and believed killed, Tamzarian felt a particular weight of guilt, not because he caused it, but because Skinner had been the person who gave him purpose, structure, something worth becoming. He traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of Skinner's death to his mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. She was grieving, and this young man from Seymour's unit was standing in front of her, and she filled the space with the son she'd lost. And Tamzarian, who had never had a family, never had an identity worth keeping, never had anyone who needed him to be a specific person, he went along with it. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the educational credentials, the career. He lived inside that borrowed identity for 20 years. He became the principal. He became Agnes's son. He became Springfield Skinner in every practical and functional sense. Then the real Skinner walked through the door. Now, here is where the episode does the thing that nobody wanted to watch. Springfield holds a meeting. The real Skinner is present. Tamzarian is present. The truth is fully, publicly, undeniably established. Everyone in the community knows that their principal has been operating under a stolen identity for 20 years. Every interaction they have had with him, every professional relationship, every personal connection, every authority he exercised over their children's education, all of it was built on a fiction. And the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to make amends to the real Skinner, not on how to restore the truth to the official record. The town votes on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree that Tamzarian is the real Skinner, legally and officially from this point forward. The real Seymour Skinner, the actual war hero, the man whose identity was used without his knowledge or consent for 2 decades, is tied to a railroad car and physically removed from Springfield. And Judge Snyder makes it explicitly illegal to ever refer to the events of this evening again, under penalty of torture. Let that settle for a moment. A community with full knowledge of a documented fraud, with the genuine victim standing in front of them, legally expelled the truth from their town and criminalized the act of speaking it aloud. Fans hated this. The criticism centered on what the episode appeared to do to the character of Skinner. It seemed to retroactively hollow him out, to render everything known about him as fabrication, to undermine the emotional investment the audience had built in a character over 9 years. His backstory was a lie. His relationship with his mother was a lie. His military history was not his. Everything was borrowed. But here is the thing nobody wanted to acknowledge. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. It just says it out loud. It shows you the machinery. Springfield has always operated this way. The town has always chosen comfortable lies over uncomfortable truths. The town has always agreed to forget whatever doesn't fit the narrative it needs to maintain. The only difference between the principal and the pauper and every other episode of the show is that this one showed you the vote. It showed you the legal decree. It showed you the explicit, documented, conscious, collective decision to expel truth from the community. Every other time Springfield forgets a catastrophe, resets after a world-altering event, or ignores a contradiction, it happens off-screen. The audience assumes it's just the mechanics of episodic television. Characters don't remember previous episodes, because that's how the format works. The Principal and the Pauper is the one episode that shows you it happening in real time and explains that it is not a format convention. It is a choice. A deliberate, community-wide, legally enforced choice to prefer the comforting fiction over the documented fact. Consider the list of things Springfield has experienced and subsequently forgotten or normalized. The town has been physically destroyed and rebuilt multiple times. It has been invaded. It has been sealed under a glass dome by the federal government for environmental contamination. It has experienced nuclear near misses, alien encounters, and the literal blocking of its sun by a billionaire who wanted to charge them for electricity. Every single time, within one episode's time, everything is back to normal. Nobody references the previous catastrophe. Nobody carries the psychological weight of having survived these events. The slate is wiped clean. Fans call this episodic storytelling. The coma theory calls it a dreaming brain resetting between cycles. The radiation theory calls it cognitive damage from chronic contamination. The Principal and the Pauper offers a fourth explanation, and it may be the most uncomfortable of all. Springfield resets because the town chooses to reset, collectively, deliberately, through an unspoken social contract that says, we will not acknowledge what happened. We will maintain the agreed-upon version of reality. We will treat the lie as truth and the truth as a threat to community stability, and anyone who insists on the truth will be removed from the community. This is not cartoon logic. This is how real communities function. Small towns, in particular, have a documented and historically verified capacity for collective denial. Scandals get buried. Crimes become rumors, become myths, become nothing. Uncomfortable events get rewritten through the accumulation of social pressure until the official version is the only version anyone can access. The people who insist on the truth are slowly, inevitably isolated and eventually expelled, not necessarily on a railroad car, but through the social mechanisms of ostracism, dismissal, and the communal withdrawal of credibility. The real Seymour Skinner is Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with proof, physical, legal, biological proof that the official narrative was a lie, and the community's response was not gratitude. It was to criminalize the proof and exile the person carrying it. That's not a comedy beat. That's the show telling you, with unusual directness, exactly how Springfield maintains its impossible reality. Now, apply this framework to every other theory we've discussed. If the radiation theory is true, Springfield cannot afford to acknowledge it. Acknowledging that the water is poisoned means confronting the power plant. Confronting the power plant means confronting Burns. Confronting Burns means the town's primary employer and economic foundation becomes a liability rather than an asset. The economy collapses, the town dies, so they agree not to see it. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's collective agreement to ignore contradictions is Homer's dreaming mind modeling the behavior of a community that doesn't want its lies examined because Homer, on some level, knows he is dreaming, and the dream can only continue as long as nobody in it asks the question that would break the simulation. If the Burns immortality theory is true, the town cannot acknowledge that their billionaire employer has been alive for over a century through means that should be scientifically impossible, because doing so would require examining how he's done it, and examining how he's done it would lead directly to the treatments, and the treatments would lead directly to the plant's radiation output, and the plant's radiation output would lead directly to every person in Springfield looking in a mirror and asking why they have 4 fingers. The Principal and the Pauper is not the worst episode of The Simpsons. It is the most important one. It is the only episode that shows you the infrastructure of Springfield's denial, the machinery that makes every reset possible, the social contract that allows a town of people displaying symptoms of multi-generational radiation exposure to insist they're perfectly fine, the legal mechanism that turns truth into a crime. Armin Tamzarian is still pretending to be Seymour Skinner. He has been doing it for so long that it might, by now, be functionally true. Springfield is still pretending everything is normal, still voting to maintain the fiction, still expelling anyone who insists on looking at what's underneath. And the real Seymour Skinner is somewhere out there, tied to a train, exiled from his own life. The last honest man in a town that made honesty illegal. Section 6. Maggie Simpson, the smartest and most dangerous person in Springfield. Maggie Simpson does not talk. She does not walk with any reliability. She communicates through pacifier adjustments, facial expressions, and the occasional pointed stare that carries more semantic weight than most characters manage with full sentences. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for 36 years. She is the smallest person in the Simpson household, the least mobile, the least verbal, the most frequently overlooked. She is also, by any serious evaluation of the canonical evidence, the most capable person in Springfield. This is not a small claim. Springfield contains multitudes. It contains a billionaire who has survived a century through force of will and medical engineering. It contains a child prodigy in Lisa who tests at genius level across multiple assessments. It contains Sideshow Bob, a Yale-educated, opera-singing, criminal mastermind who has come closer to ending a child's life than any recurring character in the history of American animated television. Springfield is not short on capable people. And yet the argument this section wants to make is that the most consistently capable, most strategically sophisticated, most cognitively advanced individual in all of Springfield is a 1-year-old baby who hasn't said a second word in 3 decades. Let's start with what the show has actually documented about Maggie's capabilities. Set aside the shooting for a moment and look at what she has accomplished through direct action across the series. She saved her father's life on multiple occasions. She has navigated the Springfield daycare system, a facility run with authoritarian rigidity by a tyrannical administrator, and organized the other infants into a coordinated resistance movement that successfully challenged adult authority. She has demonstrated problem-solving abilities in situations that would present genuine difficulty to adults. She has repeatedly shown awareness of context, situation, and consequence that is not developmentally consistent with her stated age. But it is The Longest Daycare, the 2012 theatrical short film screened in cinemas before Ice Age, Continental Drift, that provides the most complete and detailed picture of what Maggie Simpson is actually capable of. The film was nominated for an Academy Award. It is 7 minutes long. In those 7 minutes, Maggie Simpson demonstrates more consistent, applied, strategic intelligence than most characters manage across full seasons. The premise is contained and simple. Maggie is dropped at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility run with the particular combination of efficiency and joylessness that the name implies. Inside the facility, Maggie discovers a caterpillar on the verge of becoming a butterfly. She wants to protect it. Another infant, Gerald, her long-established nemesis, recognizable by his single eyebrow, wants to destroy it. What follows is a 7-minute sequence in which Maggie outmaneuvers a physically larger adversary, circumvents an adult surveillance system designed to prevent exactly the kind of unauthorized movement she needs to execute, and ultimately succeeds in protecting and releasing the butterfly. She does all of this without speaking a word. What the film documents, with remarkable specificity, is the nature of Maggie's intelligence. She reads her environment on arrival. She identifies the relevant threats and obstacles within the first minute. She develops a strategy. She encounters unexpected complications and adapts in real time. She executes a multi-step plan that requires spatial reasoning, timing, the ability to predict other people's behavior, and the willingness to accept short-term setbacks in service of the primary objective. And she does all of this while being physically limited to the motor development of a 1-year-old. She falls. She crawls when the situation demands running. She cannot operate the mechanisms designed for adult hands, but her mind compensates for every physical limitation her body imposes. Her decision-making, across every scenario in the film, is consistently correct. Every choice she makes is the optimal one. Every adaptation is accurate. Her intelligence is not just present, it is applied with a precision that most adults don't manage under pressure. Her body cannot keep up with her mind. But her mind doesn't need her body to keep up. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly in several episodes, and the results are consistent. She tests well beyond the normal range for her age, often off the available scale, in assessments designed for significantly older children. The show plays these moments as quick gags and moves on, but the pattern is unmistakable. Every formal or informal measurement of Maggie's cognitive capacity returns the same result. Something unusual is happening in that small head. Now consider what Maggie does with this intelligence, or, more precisely, what she doesn't do with it. She doesn't talk. This is the defining fact of the character. Surrounded by a family that communicates in constant, overlapping noise, Homer's stream of consciousness commentary, Marge's anxious verbalizations, Bart's provocations, Lisa's lectures and arguments, and idealistic pronouncements. Maggie sits in the middle of it all, in silence, watching, listening, processing everything, saying nothing. Her first word was spoken once, voiced by Elizabeth Taylor in what amounted to a single cameo appearance. She said "daddy" in circumstances of genuine emotional weight, in a moment that the show presented as meaningful, and then she never said another word. 36 years. One word. And she has been surrounded by verbose people for every one of those years. The theory, and it is one of the most compelling character theories the show has generated, is that Maggie's silence is not a developmental delay. It is not the result of a speech impediment or a cognitive gap in the language acquisition department of her otherwise extraordinary mind. Her silence is a deliberate, strategic decision made by an intelligence sophisticated enough to recognize the value of invisibility in an environment where visibility carries significant costs. Look at what happens to the intelligent women in the Simpson family who choose visibility. Lisa Simpson is a documented genius. She has tested at the highest levels the show's universe can measure. Her intelligence is genuine. Her curiosity is genuine. Her moral seriousness is genuine. She is arguably the most intellectually alive character in the show, the most engaged with the world, the most capable of connecting individual events to larger patterns. And she has spent 36 years being ignored, dismissed, mocked, and undermined by the environment around her. Lisa speaks up. She gets talked over. Lisa challenges authority. She gets punished. Lisa raises important questions about the structural problems of Springfield's society. She is met with indifference or active hostility. The show has documented this dynamic with unflinching consistency. Lisa's intelligence is her greatest gift and her most reliable source of pain because she deploys it visibly. She announces herself as the smartest person in the room, And the room responds by making very clear that being the smartest person in the room gets you nothing in Springfield. Maggie has watched this from birth, from her position in the background, from her bouncy chair, from her crib in the corner. Maggie has had a front row seat to the entire arc of Lisa's experience in the Simpson household and in Springfield. She has watched her sister fight every single day for recognition from a family and a community that consistently fails to provide it. She has watched the most capable, most serious, most genuinely gifted person in the household be routinely overlooked and undervalued. And Maggie has drawn a conclusion from this that is, depending on your perspective, either ruthlessly pragmatic or genuinely devastating. Silence is power. Invisibility is armor. The less they notice you, the more freedom you have. Every time Maggie does something extraordinary, saves a life, resolves a crisis, demonstrates cognitive ability that should be scientifically impossible in a 1-year-old, what is the aftermath? The family doesn't notice. Springfield doesn't notice. Burns was shot, and the investigation focused on every adult suspect before reluctantly settling on the baby, because who seriously investigates a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded precisely because no adult was monitoring the infants closely enough to see them organizing. Every heroic act, every display of intelligence, every moment where Maggie prevents something catastrophic from happening, it occurs below the radar, in the spaces nobody is watching, in the margins between the scenes where the adults are too busy with their own chaos to look down. Maggie has engineered this invisibility. She maintains the most effective possible disguise. She looks exactly like what everyone expects a baby to look like. Quiet, passive, dependent, wordless. She performs infancy with sufficient consistency that the adults around her have never updated their model of who she is. They see the pacifier and the tiny overalls and the uncertain crawling, and they see a baby, and they stop looking. She is none of the things they see. She is the opposite of all of them. Now connect this to the radiation theory. If the contamination from the power plant produces biological mutations that affect Springfield's residents differently depending on the individual, then Maggie and Homer represent the two endpoints of the same spectrum. Homer's mutation degraded his cognitive function, the crayon, the radiation exposure, the cumulative neurological damage from decades of living at the contamination center pushed his intelligence down to a level that borders on clinical disability. Maggie's mutation went the other direction. The same environmental cause, the same contaminated water and compromised air, the same irradiated soil. But where the radiation diminished Homer's cognitive capacity, it amplified Maggie's to a level that formal testing cannot accurately capture. They are two outcomes of the same experiment. The father and the daughter, shaped by the same invisible poison, driven in opposite directions by whatever biological lottery determines which way the mutation falls. Homer is what happens when the radiation takes something away. Maggie is what happens when it gives something extraordinary. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius acquires a quality that is almost unbearably poignant. If Homer is dreaming, if every episode is the product of a comatose man's unconscious mind, running simulations of a family he cannot reach, then Maggie's intelligence is Homer's deepest wish for his youngest child, projected into the dream. He cannot watch her grow up. He cannot be there when she takes her first real steps, speaks her first sentences, develops into whoever she's going to become. He doesn't know what Maggie will be. He can't know. The coma sealed that knowledge away from him on the day the vending machine fell. So in the dream, he makes her capable beyond any reasonable limit. He makes her extraordinary. He gives her an intelligence that compensates for every physical limitation, that solves every problem, that protects the family when he cannot. He makes her impossible because he needs to believe she will be okay without him. That his youngest child, the one he has had the least time with, the one who was barely 1 year old when everything stopped, will be fine. Will be more than fine. Will be something remarkable. Maggie's genius isn't a mutation in this reading. It's a father's prayer, written into the architecture of a dream. But whether you read her through the radiation theory or the coma theory, or simply through the lens of the show's canonical evidence, one question remains unresolved. What is Maggie waiting for? The show has never definitively answered this. It has shown glimpses of possible futures flash-forward episodes in which Maggie has grown up and done remarkable things, but none of them are canonical. None of them lock in a specific destination. In the permanent present of Springfield, Maggie remains at 1 year old, watching and listening and waiting, pacifier in mouth, eyes taking in everything. She saved a man's life. She led a rebellion. She has solved problems that stump the adults around her on a weekly basis. She has 36 years of accumulated observation behind those enormous eyes. She knows Springfield's patterns better than anyone. She has watched Burns operate. She has watched Homer fail. She has watched Lisa fight. She has watched Bart provoke. She has watched Marge hold everything together through sheer stubborn love. She has seen all of it, and she has said nothing. She is waiting for something, the right moment, the right circumstances, the right alignment of factors that will make action optimal rather than merely possible. What will it look like when Maggie finally decides to act? The show has never told us. And that might be the point. In a show where every mystery eventually gets an official answer, however unsatisfying that answer might be, Maggie's endgame remains completely open. Nobody knows what she's capable of, because the show has never allowed the moment where she reveals the full extent of it. Behind the pacifier, behind 36 years of deliberate silence, behind those enormous eyes that miss nothing and reveal nothing, something is waiting. Something has been waiting for a very long time. And when it decides the moment has come, Springfield will not see it coming, because that is exactly how Maggie designed it. Section 7. The Simpsons predictions how a cartoon keeps getting the future right. In the year 2000, an episode of The Simpsons depicted a future in which Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States. In the same episode, the context of Lisa's presidency is established through a brief reference. She has inherited a budget crisis from her predecessor. That predecessor is identified as Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before Trump won the 2016 presidential election. When the real-world event occurred, the internet rediscovered this episode in approximately 48 hours. Screenshots circulated at extraordinary speed. Think pieces multiplied. The phrase, "The Simpsons predicted it," entered a new phase of cultural ubiquity. People who hadn't watched the show in 20 years were suddenly sharing clips and asking, with genuine bewilderment, how a group of writers sitting in a room in 1999 had known what America would do in 2016. This is the most famous prediction, but it is far from the only one. The list, assembled in full, is genuinely long enough to fill its own video. In 1995, an episode depicted a small, wrist-mounted device that looks, with uncomfortable precision, like the smartwatches that would become commonplace consumer technology in the 2010s. In 1994, Homer travels to space alongside Buzz Aldrin commercial and civilian space tourism, being a concept that would not become a practical reality until decades later. In 1998, Homer discovers a mathematical equation that appears to predict the mass of the Higgs boson particle, a particle the actual scientific community would not confirm experimentally until 2012. In 1999, Homer theorizes that the universe is shaped like a donut. Cosmologists examining radiation patterns from the cosmic microwave background subsequently found evidence suggesting the universe may have a toroidal geometry, a shape that is, for all practical purposes, donut-adjacent. In 1993, an episode called Marge in Chains depicts a flu virus originating from Asia, sweeping into Springfield and causing mass panic, hoarding behavior, overwhelmed medical systems, and a frantic community search for solutions. The episode aired 27 years before the COVID-19 pandemic. During the fictional flu outbreak, Springfield residents accidentally release a swarm of killer bees, and in the actual 2020 pandemic year, Asian giant hornets, which the media immediately branded murder hornets, began appearing in the United States for the first time. In 1996, Homer Palooza features a throwaway joke in which the hip-hop group Cypress Hill accidentally books the London Symphony Orchestra. The actual Cypress Hill performed with the actual London Symphony Orchestra at the Royal Albert Hall in 2024, 28 years after the joke. In 1998, the show depicted what is clearly a merger between Disney and 20th Century Fox. The actual Disney acquisition of Fox's entertainment assets was completed in 2019. The list continues. Video calling technology depicted years before it became standard. Autocorrect failures predicted before autocorrect existed. Surveillance capitalism satirized before the term was coined. a Greek financial crisis, a specific World Cup outcome, the emergence of a particular kind of authoritarian populist politics in ways that felt, when the real-world versions arrived, strangely familiar to anyone who had been watching the show. And every time one of these alignments surfaces, the internet asks the same question: how are they doing this? The official answer, delivered by the people who actually make the show, is genuinely less satisfying than any theory you could construct. Al Jean, executive producer, has addressed the question directly. His explanation is blunt and honest. If you throw enough darts at a board for long enough, some of them are going to hit the center. That's it. The show has produced nearly 800 episodes across 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, satirical observations, cultural extrapolations, and speculative comedy about where American society, technology, and politics are heading. When you generate that volume of content over that span of time, some percentage of it is going to align with future events through statistical probability alone. Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its most celebrated seasons, was even more direct. Most of these supposed predictions are coincidences, he said, because the episodes are so old that history simply repeats itself. That's the official position from inside the production: coincidence, volume, and the cyclical nature of human events. Fact-checking organizations have examined the most prominent predictions and found, with some regularity, that many of them are not as precise as the viral versions suggest. Details are often slightly different from how they're remembered. Timelines are sometimes compressed in the retelling. The prediction that felt uncannily specific in the screenshot was, on examination, a little vaguer than the meme made it appear. And more importantly, many of the most celebrated predictions are not really predictions at all. They are extrapolations of trends that were already visible when the writers were working. Trump's candidacy was not a surprise in 1999 to anyone who had been paying attention. Trump had been publicly flirting with presidential ambitions since at least 1988. He was a consistent fixture of American celebrity culture, a person whose specific brand of loud, combative, publicity-hungry self-promotion had been a known quantity for a decade before the episode was written. The writers didn't predict a Trump presidency. They observed that American celebrity culture was increasingly conflating fame with political legitimacy, and they imagined the logical endpoint of a trend that was already clearly in motion. The Disney-Fox merger didn't require prophecy. It required attention to the accelerating consolidation of media ownership, which was an obvious and documented trend in the entertainment industry throughout the 1990s. If you were watching the industry carefully as the writers were, a world in which one enormous company absorbed its competitors was not a surprising extrapolation. It was the obvious direction. The smartwatch was not a mystical vision of future technology. It was a projection of a principal technology getting smaller, more personal, more integrated with the body that was already operating visibly in the mid-1990s. Anyone thinking carefully about where consumer electronics were heading could have imagined a wrist-mounted device. The Simpsons writers happened to put it in a joke. The Simpsons writing staff has historically been among the most credentialed in television. Multiple writers hold degrees from Harvard, Yale, and other elite research institutions. Many have backgrounds in mathematics, hard sciences, computer science, and political theory. These are not people guessing randomly. They are intelligent, broadly educated observers of American culture who have spent their careers analyzing trends, identifying patterns in social and technological development, and extrapolating current trajectories to their absurd but logical conclusions. They are not predicting the future. They are reading the present more carefully than most people do, and then pushing it forward a few steps to find out where it lands. This explains most of the predictions. But here is where the honest analysis has to acknowledge something. It doesn't explain all of them. Some of the alignments are specific in ways that resist the statistical probability framework. The Trump episode didn't just forecast that celebrity might eventually intersect with presidential politics. It specified Trump by name and depicted him descending an escalator in a sequence that visually mirrors, with unusual precision, the actual announcement Trump made at Trump Tower in 2015. Escalators are not a standard visual metaphor for political announcements. The specificity of that image, the escalator, the crowd, the spectacle of the descent is harder to dismiss as coincidence than a general prediction that famous people sometimes run for office. An episode involving the characters Siegfried and Roy depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers. In 2003, Roy Horn was critically injured by one of their white tigers during a live performance. The show didn't just predict that working with large predatory animals is dangerous, which would be trivially obvious. It predicted the specific type of animal, the specific context of the attack, and the specific performers involved. That level of specificity is uncomfortable to explain through pure statistical chance. These cases are outliers. They represent a small percentage of the total predictions, but they're the ones that make even the show's own creators pause. And this is where the meta theory becomes more interesting than any simple prediction hypothesis. The Simpsons has not been predicting the future. The Simpsons has been shaping it. This argument is less mystical than it sounds. The show is not exerting direct causal influence on world events through supernatural means. What it has been doing for 36 years is something more powerful and more documentable. It has been the cultural vocabulary through which millions of people first encountered and processed the ideas it depicted. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump as president 16 years before it happens, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. It is seen by millions of people. It becomes a reference point. It becomes part of the cultural furniture, something that gets quoted at parties, referenced in conversations, shared on social media, thought of when Trump appears on television. The joke doesn't predict the future. The joke makes the future feel familiar before it arrives. It primes the cultural imagination. It installs the idea Trump as president, celebrity as political legitimacy, the absurdity of American politics taken to its logical extreme as something the audience has already processed, already categorized, already laughed at. And when the reality catches up to the joke, it doesn't feel like a surprise. It feels like recognition. We've seen this before. The Simpsons already did this. The shock is absorbed before the event arrives because the satire did the emotional work in advance. The show didn't predict Disney buying Fox. The show made media consolidation feel inevitable by presenting it as obvious satire. When the merger happened, the cultural response wasn't genuine shock. It was a collective settling of expectations. Of course they did. The Simpsons told us this would happen, which is very different from the response that would have greeted a truly unpredicted event. The Simpsons satire normalizes the futures it depicts. It takes trajectories already in motion and presents their endpoints as accomplished facts. When those facts eventually arrive, the audience experiences déjà vu rather than shock. The gap between prediction and recognition collapses because the audience was culturally prepared. Springfield doesn't reflect America. Over 36 years, America has increasingly become Springfield, the nuclear power plant that nobody regulates, the corrupt billionaire who captures local government, the safety inspector who is comically unsuited for the job but cannot be removed because the system needs him exactly where he is. The population too distracted by its own immediate concerns to notice how comprehensively it is being exploited. The episodic structure of public memory, where catastrophes are forgotten within a news cycle and everything resets to a baseline of comfortable numbness. These were the things The Simpsons was satirizing in 1989. And 36 years later, they are not metaphors anymore. There is a final dimension of the prediction phenomenon worth examining, and it is perhaps the most important one: the predictions that didn't come true. There are thousands of them. The show has made jokes about jetpacks and moon colonies and specific technologies that never arrived. It has depicted political outcomes that went the other way, social shifts that never materialized, cultural trajectories that bent in a different direction, jokes about futures that remained fictional. Nobody shares those. Nobody screenshots the Simpsons prediction that didn't come true. Nobody builds theories around the episodes that were just wrong. This is confirmation bias operating at scale, a cultural audience of millions, filtering an archive of thousands of episodes containing tens of thousands of satirical observations about American life, selecting for the hits and discarding the misses until the resulting highlight reel looks like prophecy. The internet has not discovered that The Simpsons is prophetic. The internet has curated the appearance of prophecy from a dataset large enough to contain it. The show produced so many possible futures that some of them were bound to arrive, and the ones that arrived are the only ones anyone remembers. This is the honest explanation. This is the statistically sound, factually defensible, epistemically rigorous account of why The Simpsons appears to predict the future. It is also, in its own way, more remarkable than any mystical explanation would be. A group of highly educated, carefully observant writers have spent 36 years producing the most sustained satirical analysis of American culture in the history of the medium. They have been right often enough, precisely enough, and specifically enough that their work has generated a genuine cultural phenomenon around the concept of prediction. And even knowing how the trick works, even understanding the dart-throwing statistics, the confirmation bias, the cultural priming, it remains impressive to encounter the next alignment. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of satirical observations, and enough of them have been accurate enough that even the show's own writers, the ones who made them, occasionally sit back and wonder if maybe they know something they shouldn't. They probably don't, but the darts keep landing. Section 8. Mona Simpson and the Conspiracy That Broke 3 Generations. For the first 6 seasons of The Simpsons, Homer Simpson's mother was dead. This was the official story, and nobody questioned it. Abe Simpson had told Homer she passed away when Homer was young. He had shown him a grave. Homer had mourned in the particular way. Homer mourns things not with sustained grief, because sustained grief requires a kind of cognitive and emotional depth that Homer's damaged mind doesn't always support. But with the particular heaviness of a person who has learned to carry an old loss as background weight, the kind of grief you stop noticing until something reminds you of it, and then it's suddenly very present and very large. Homer grew up believing he was a boy whose mother died, and that belief shaped him in ways the show has been documenting since the first episode. His desperate need for love and approval from the people around him. His clinginess toward Marge, the terror underneath his jokes that she might one day get tired and leave, his compulsive need to be liked by strangers, by colleagues, by Burns, whose failure to remember his name is not just a running gag but a specific, documented source of pain for Homer in multiple episodes. His willingness to endure humiliation and degradation rather than risk the stability of his job and his family, because the alternative to enduring it, losing what he has, being alone, is worse than any amount of abuse. His terror of abandonment, worn on the surface in some episodes and buried under jokes in others, but never fully absent. Homer Simpson's entire emotional architecture is a response to maternal loss. His personality, as the show has constructed it across 36 years, is a coping mechanism built around the absence of his mother. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the absence was a lie. The episode is Mother Simpson. It aired the 19th of November, 1995. And it is widely considered one of the greatest achievements the show has produced. The plot unfolds from a typically absurd premise. Homer fakes his own death to avoid working on a Saturday and arrives somewhere that is genuinely, unexpectedly devastating. Homer is legally declared dead after the prank goes too far, and Marge insists he go to the Hall of Records to correct the error. When he arrives and examines his file, he finds something that stops him completely. His mother is not listed as deceased. According to the municipal records of Springfield, Mona Simpson is alive. She never died. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been presenting a famous writer's headstone as his wife's burial marker for Homer's entire life. His mother was alive. She had always been alive. And Homer had spent 27 years carrying grief for a woman who was walking around somewhere in the world. The reunion scene? When Homer finds Mona at a cemetery, she is there visiting what she believes is her dead son's grave, before recognizing him, is among the most emotionally precise things the show has ever done. No jokes, no cutaway gags, no reset button. A grown man and his mother, separated for 27 years, finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them, in a moment that the show allows to be exactly as heavy as it is. Then Mona tells him the truth. She didn't die. She didn't leave because she stopped loving him. She didn't leave because there was something wrong with him, because he was the kind of child a mother would choose to abandon. She left because staying would have put Homer and Abe in danger, because the man who owned the nuclear power plant, the man Homer would grow up to work for without ever knowing the connection, had destroyed her life and forced her to disappear. The story goes back to 1969. Mona was at that time a housewife in Springfield, married to Abe, mother to a young Homer, living a quiet, ordinary life while the world outside was burning through the civil rights movement, the Vietnam War protests. The broader cultural upheaval of the late 1960s. She was ordinary, unremarkable, without obvious political consciousness. Then something changed her. The show presents it through its characteristic blend of absurdity and genuine emotional weight. Mona was radicalized, not into something fringe or violent, but into a principled opposition to something specific that was happening in Springfield that she found unacceptable. Mr. Burns had a biological weapons laboratory. Let that register for a moment against everything we know about Burns from the radiation theory and the plant theory. Burns didn't just own a nuclear facility with 342 safety violations. He owned a germ warfare laboratory. He was manufacturing biological weapons in the same community where Homer Simpson was growing up, where the Simpson family's neighbors were raising their children, where people were going to work and shopping for groceries and living their lives without any knowledge that the richest man in town was producing weaponized pathogens in a facility down the road. Mona and a group of activists she had connected with broke into the lab. They detonated what the episode describes as an antibiotic bomb, a device designed to neutralize the biological agents inside the facility, destroying the weapons without conventional explosion. During the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the facility's security guard, who happened to be Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid was successful. The biological agents were destroyed. But Mona made a mistake at the end. As the group fled, she stopped. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos. She turned back to help them, and that person was Mr. Burns. She stopped to help the man whose weapons she had just destroyed. And Burns saw her face. He recognized her. He reported her to the FBI. And from that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She couldn't go home. She couldn't contact her family. She couldn't explain to her son why she was leaving or when she would be back or that she loved him and this was not his fault. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping, and she disappeared. Homer woke up and his mother was gone. He was 6 years old. Abe told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 27 years believing he was the kind of person a mother would rather leave than raise. Now, here is where the theory develops beyond the simple tragedy of a separated family. Burns didn't just identify Mona to the FBI and consider his obligation to his grudge fulfilled. He pursued her, actively, persistently, across decades. When Mona finally returns to Springfield in the Season 7 episode and has her reunion with Homer, Burns recognizes her almost immediately. He spots her through a cab window. He calls the authorities. The FBI arrives at the Simpson house. Mona has to run again. And Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time, this time knowing why she left, this time knowing who forced her out. Homer works for Burns. He has worked for Burns his entire adult life. The man who destroyed his family, who drove his mother underground when Homer was 6 years old, who ensured Homer grew up believing himself unloved and abandoned, that man signs Homer's paycheck every week. And Homer doesn't connect the dots. This is the moment in the series where the radiation theory and the mother theory converge most painfully. Homer is cognitively damaged. The crayon, the radiation exposure, the decades of neurological wear from living at the center of Springfield's contamination zone. Homer does not have the cognitive architecture to follow the chain of causation from his childhood abandonment to his adult employment to the billionaire they share. He can feel the grief. He cannot trace its ora presente. He cannot look at Burns and see the man who stole his mother, because that level of systemic thinking, connecting distant events, tracing long chains of causation, identifying the relationship between past causes and present conditions is precisely the kind of cognitive function that the contamination has most thoroughly degraded. Homer cannot connect the dots because the plant already made sure he couldn't. This is the conspiracy that the show has been quietly documenting across multiple seasons without ever stating it directly. Burns didn't just ruin Mona's life. He engineered Homer's. By driving Mona away when Homer was 6 years old, Burns ensured that Homer would grow up emotionally damaged in a specific and useful way, desperate for approval, incapable of challenging authority from someone who provides stability, terrified of abandonment, grateful for any scrap of recognition, however minimal, which is why Burns's inability to remember Homer's name is not just a running gag but a torture that Homer endures rather than fights. The thought of Burns not knowing his name is painful. The thought of Burns firing him is worse. Homer will endure the humiliation of being called by the wrong name for 30 years because the alternative is losing the job. And losing the job means losing the stability, and losing the stability means confronting the terror that has lived underneath everything since the morning he woke up and his mother was gone. Burns needed a safety inspector who would never actually inspect anything dangerous. He needed a man who would show up every day, sit at a desk near an active reactor, and ensure through his incompetence that the violations continued and the plant remained under nobody's meaningful oversight. A man with Homer's emotional profile dependent, approval-seeking, terrified of job loss, incapable of sustained critical analysis of his situation, was exactly what the position required. Homer doesn't work at the power plant because he couldn't find better employment. Homer works at the power plant because Burns broke him as a child, and the broken version of Homer is precisely the kind of worker Burns needed. The show confirms the structural dimension of this in a later revelation. Burns and Abe struck a deal. Burns had committed a crime. Abe discovered it. In exchange for Abe's silence, Burns guaranteed Homer's employment at the plant permanently, regardless of performance. No matter how many mistakes Homer made, no matter how many documented safety failures accumulated, Homer would never be fired. The deal protected him. 742 documented errors. Homer was never permanently let go because a contract between his father and his mother's persecutor prevented it. Homer's job security, which the show has always presented as a running absurdist joke, the bottomless incompetence of a man who somehow can't be fired, was not a cartoon convenience. It was a contractual obligation, brokered in secret, maintained through silence, built on a crime that Abe witnessed and chose to suppress rather than expose. 3 generations. One man's grudge. An entire family systematically shaped by the decisions of a billionaire who needed Springfield to stay manageable. Mona fought back and lost everything. Abe made a deal with the entity responsible for what happened to his wife and buried the truth to protect his son's employment. Homer inherited the psychological consequences without ever understanding where they came from. And each of these 3 people made choices. Mona's courageous and costly, Abe's pragmatic and corrosive, Homer's not really choices at all, more like the only available moves. In a game he didn't know he was playing that locked the generation below them into a slightly more constrained version of the trap. Homer chose to put the crayon back. He chose stupidity, chose the fog, chose the comfortable numbness of reduced cognitive function over the unbearable clarity of seeing Springfield for what it is. But the choice was never really free. A man shaped from childhood by the specific emotional damage Burns inflicted, living in a town whose contamination has further degraded his capacity for sustained critical thinking, surrounded by a social environment that rewards compliance and punishes insight, the choice to put the crayon back was the only choice that environment was set up to produce. Homer was never meant to be smart in Springfield. Burns made sure of that when Homer was 6 years old and his mother kissed him goodbye in the dark. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The scene is quiet and devastating in the way the show's best moments tend to be, unexpected, unhurried, without the cushion of a joke to absorb the impact. Homer holds her hand. He watches the mother he barely knew slip away for the last time. No reset. No cutaway. Just a man and the weight of 27 stolen years pressing down on both of them at once. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. The opening credits play every week and the couch gag lands and Homer gets strangled and the family laughs and the episode begins and ends and the world resets. But underneath it, documented across seasons in small, quiet moments and carefully placed details, there is a story about what happens when one man has enough power to shape the lives of people who can't see his hands. Burns won. He always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules. And the rules say that Homer Simpson will sit in Sector 7G until the day he dies, because his grandfather made a deal with the devil, and his mother made a choice that cost her everything. And the richest man in town needed someone broken enough to sit next to a leaking reactor without asking why. Homer was broken before he ever clocked in for his first shift. Section 9. Where is Springfield? The town that exists everywhere and nowhere. Springfield is the most famous fictional American town in the history of television. More people can locate Springfield on a mental map than can name the capital cities of half the actual states in the country. It has a nuclear power plant, a tire fire, a gorge, a harbor, a monorail that destroyed its finances, an elementary school, a prison, 2 hospitals, a quickie mart, and a jazz club. It has mountains, coastline, farmland, desert, and deep forest all within reasonable driving distance of each other. It also doesn't exist anywhere. The show has been deliberately, systematically, almost aggressively contradicting itself about Springfield's location for its entire run. Every clue that appears to narrow the possibilities is eventually matched by another clue that negates it. In one episode, Springfield is clearly in the north. In another, it is equally clearly in the south. The show has placed it near mountains and near ocean and in the heartland and near the Canadian border and near Mexico, sometimes within the same season. The state abbreviation is, in one episode, shown as NT. This is not an actual United States postal abbreviation. It corresponds to no real state. The show created a fake state abbreviation specifically to avoid accidentally locating Springfield in any real place. When Homer calls the state capital at one point, the voice on the other end identifies their state as one that starts with a vowel. This eliminates a significant number of states. It also leaves a meaningful number still in play. And it was almost certainly a deliberate narrowing that was designed to feel like progress without actually providing an answer. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed this directly in a 2012 interview with Smithsonian Magazine. He said he named the town Springfield after Springfield, Oregon, where he grew up near. He chose the name because Springfield is one of the most common city names in America. Dozens of states have Springfields, and he wanted the show to feel geographically universal, potentially set anywhere. He said it explicitly. The point was that Springfield could be your Springfield. For approximately 48 hours, this felt like closure. Groening said Oregon. Oregon is the answer. Then the show continued. Episodes aired after the interview that placed Springfield in geographic contexts completely inconsistent with Oregon. The writers did not honor Groening's public confession. They kept the contradictions coming. They maintained the deliberate ambiguity as if the interview had never happened. Because the mystery was the point, and a mystery resolved is a mystery that no longer serves its purpose. The surface explanation is straightforward, and the show itself endorses it. Springfield is universal. It's designed to feel familiar to every viewer, regardless of their actual location. It's stitched together from visual and cultural references drawn from American communities across every region so that a viewer in Maine and a viewer in Arizona and a viewer in Mississippi all look at Springfield and find pieces of their own experience reflected back. The town belongs to everyone because it's built from everyone. This is genuine. It is the intentional design philosophy, confirmed by the creators, visible in the architecture of the show. Springfield's geographic impossibility is a feature, not a bug. But through the lens of the theories we've been exploring, Springfield's refusal to exist in a specific place acquires a more complex dimension. If the radiation theory is true, if Springfield's residents are displaying the biological effects of long-term nuclear contamination, why should the geography be exempt from the contamination's effects? The show has established that the contamination from Burns's plant alters the biology of living organisms in measurable, visible ways. Blinky grew a third eye. Homer's body became indestructible. The residents' skin turned yellow. Their proportions deviated from normal human anatomy. If the contamination is powerful enough to rewrite biology at the cellular level, is it so strange to suggest that it might also warp the physical geography around the source? Springfield has both mountains and coastline within comfortable driving distance. No real American town has that combination of features. Maybe the contamination doesn't just affect the organisms inside it. Maybe it has compressed the surrounding landscape, pulling distant geographic features into proximity with each other, warping the spatial logic of the region around the reactor, the way intense gravity warps space around a massive object. Springfield's geography is impossible, because the thing at its center makes the normal rules negotiable. If the coma theory is true, Springfield's geographic incoherence is simpler and sadder. Homer's dreaming brain assembled the town from memory fragments. Every vacation he ever took, every film he ever watched, every drive he ever made through different American landscapes, all of it folded together without concern for geographic logic, because dreams don't have geographic logic. They have emotional logic. They assemble places from feeling rather than cartography. Springfield feels like America because it is built from Homer's memory of America, scattered, incomplete, held together by longing rather than any internal consistency. And if the principle in the pauper theory is correct, if Springfield operates through collective agreement to maintain comfortable fictions and expel uncomfortable truths, then the town's refusal to have a fixed location is the ultimate expression of that agreement. You cannot investigate a town you cannot find. You cannot bring federal charges against a nuclear power plant if the state it operates in keeps changing. You cannot hold anyone accountable for anything if the regulatory jurisdiction is permanently undefined. Springfield floats between states because floating is strategically safer than landing. Landing means becoming subject to a consistent set of laws. Landing means being subject to a single state's attorney general, a single EPA regional office, a single set of environmental regulations that apply to this specific facility in this specific location. Springfield's geographic instability is not just a comedy device. It is a legal shield. A town with no fixed location has no fixed oversight authority. The contamination continues. The violations accumulate. The three-eyed fish keep turning up in the river. And nobody from any regulatory agency can establish definitive jurisdiction over any of it because the town keeps not quite being where you thought it was. The episode Behind the Laughter, the Season 11 mockumentary that presents the Simpson family as real people whose lives became a television show, actually provides a location. In the original broadcast, the family is identified as being from northern Kentucky. In syndication, that location was changed to a different state. The answer literally varies depending on which version of the episode is playing. The show gave you the truth, and then changed the truth depending on the platform. Even when Springfield has a definitive official location, that location is not definitive. It shifts. It mutates. Every state in the union has been seriously proposed by fans at various points. Every proposal has supporting evidence and contradictory evidence in roughly equal measure. The show has been deliberately producing both categories of evidence for the entire run. The ambiguity is not the result of continuity errors or production oversight. It is maintained with care. Springfield will never be definitively located, not because the writers can't decide, but because the show decided long ago that Springfield is more useful as a mystery than as an answer. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone, and a town that belongs to everyone is a town nobody can shut down. The radiation can't be stopped if nobody can establish which state's regulations apply. The contamination can't be contained if the containment authority is perpetually unclear. The billionaire at the center of it all can't be held accountable if the jurisdiction shifts every time someone tries to file a complaint. Springfield doesn't appear on any map. That's not an omission, it's a defense. Section 10. The floating timeline why nobody in Springfield ever ages. Bart Simpson was 10 years old when The Simpsons premiered on the 17th of December, 1989. He is 10 years old right now. Lisa was 8 then. She is 8 now. Homer and Marge were somewhere in their mid-30s. They still are. Maggie was 1 year old. She still is. 36 years have passed in the real world, 36 years of actual human experience, of the actual people watching this show growing older, of the world outside Springfield, changing in ways that are sometimes barely recognizable to someone who started watching in 1989. 0 years have passed in Springfield. The characters exist in a state of permanent temporal suspension, locked at the ages they were when the show began, living through decades of cultural and technological change without adding a single candle to their birthday cakes. The industry has a term for this: a floating timeline. The show's present is always the viewer's present. When an episode airs in 2025, the characters are living in 2025. When it aired in 1995, they were living in 1995. The technology around them updates. The cultural references shift. The world the characters inhabit reflects the world the audience is watching from. But the characters themselves remain fixed. Their ages don't change. Their children don't grow. Their relationships don't progress through the kind of developmental stages that real relationships move through over 3 decades. It is the standard approach for long-running animated television. The Flintstones never aged. The characters from Scooby-Doo remained the same age indefinitely. Most people accept the floating timeline without question because the format convention is familiar enough to become invisible. But The Simpsons has been running long enough that the floating timeline has created paradoxes so massive, so internally incoherent, that they've started to crack the foundation of the show's own continuity. The most obvious is Homer and Marge's backstory. When the show began, their shared history was grounded in a specific era. They met in high school in the late 1970s. They fell in love against the backdrop of that particular cultural moment, the music, the fashion, the specific social atmosphere of American suburban life in the years after Vietnam and Watergate. Their courtship was anchored to a time period that made complete sense for two people in their mid-30s during the late 1980s. The details were era-appropriate and the emotional grounding was coherent. But the floating timeline kept dragging the present forward, and the backstory had to move with it. If Homer and Marge are still in their mid-30s in 2025, they could not have met in 1979. They would have been children. Their high school years had to be recalibrated, pushed forward decade by decade to maintain the show's internal arithmetic. If Homer is 36 in 2025, he was born in 1989, which means his high school years were in the mid-2000s. Which means their formative cultural references weren't Watergate and disco, but social media and energy drinks. The show has depicted this shift explicitly. In flashback episodes from later seasons, Homer and Marge's youth has been progressively rewritten. They have been hippies, then grunge fans, then hipsters, then people whose formative cultural touchstones are from decades the original audience was living through as adults rather than teenagers. Their origin story has been retold at least 4 times, each version placing their courtship in a different cultural era, the same love story in perpetually shifting temporal context. Homer and Marge don't have a fixed past. Their history is a draft that gets revised every few years to maintain the fiction of a permanent present. Their memories are unstable. Their origin exists in a kind of temporal uncertainty that makes the whole edifice of their shared history feel less like a documented past and more like a story that gets adjusted based on what the current episode needs. The floating timeline is a production solution to a narrative problem. But when you look at it from inside the world of Springfield rather than from outside the production, it becomes something stranger. Now apply the theories. The coma theory has already given its answer. Nobody ages because they exist inside Homer's frozen mind. But the other theories converge on the same conclusion from different directions, and the convergence is worth sitting with. The radiation theory, mutations at the cellular level, the kind of biological alteration that produces 4 fingers and yellow skin and indestructible bodies, might also affect the cellular mechanisms that govern aging. If the contamination has rewritten the biology of Springfield's residents in the ways the theory suggests, there is no particular reason why it couldn't have also interfered with the normal aging process. The same radiation that gave Blinky a third eye and made Homer's body near indestructible might have locked his cells and everyone else's cells in a kind of biological stasis, not immortality, not the absence of death, but the suspension of visible aging, the halting of the normal progression from youth to middle age to senescence. The principle and the pauper theory. Springfield doesn't just forget catastrophes and reset after disasters. It actively maintains its preferred reality through social consensus. The town votes to keep the lies it needs. It expels the truths it cannot afford. Is it so far beyond this framework to suggest that Springfield has also voted, collectively, to refuse the passage of time? That the town's social contract includes an implicit agreement not to acknowledge that the years are passing, not to notice that the children should be growing up, not to mention that Homer and Marge should, by now, be people we no longer recognize? The Burns immortality theory. At least one person in Springfield has found a way to resist the normal biological process of aging through technological intervention. If Burns can maintain his body's function for well over a century through the application of wealth and medical science, then the concept of aging is already, within this universe, negotiable. The rules about how time affects biology are not fixed. They bend under sufficient pressure and sufficient resources. And the prediction theory. If The Simpsons and American culture have been in a feedback loop for 36 years, the show shaping culture, culture shaping the show, each reflecting and reinforcing the other, then perhaps the show's temporal stasis is not simply a production convention, but a statement about how America itself relates to time. America has shown a remarkable consistent preference for not aging, for maintaining the images of its own past rather than confronting the reality of its own present. The nostalgia industry, the endless revivals, the cultural obsession with recreating eras that are gone. Springfield is frozen because we need it to be. The American family that never ages. The American house that never changes. The American town that never has to confront what the years have done to it. The show has imagined its characters aging multiple times in flash-forward episodes that are among the most emotionally rich things The Simpsons has produced. It has shown who these people would become if time were allowed to pass. Lisa, as a young adult, brilliant, principled, still searching for connection in a world that doesn't quite understand her. Bart, as a grown man, still mischievous but with a heaviness underneath, the particular weight of someone who spent his formative years being told he was bad and gradually started to believe it. Maggie, as an adult, the show doesn't quite let her be seen, even in these glimpsed futures, maintaining her mystery even in imagined time. The future episodes are always presented as what-ifs, glimpses through a window that closes immediately. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. Bart returns to 10. The future is put back in its box. The present resumes. The show can imagine growth. It chooses not to allow it. And this is the dimension of the floating timeline that exceeds the mechanics of animated television and becomes something else. The Simpsons has been America's family for longer than any other fictional household in the history of the medium. They have been present for 36 years of actual American life: the Gulf War, the Clinton years, the tech boom, 9/11, the wars that followed, the financial crisis, the social upheavals of the 2010s, the pandemic, the political fractures of the current era. Through all of it, The Simpsons have remained exactly as they were in 1989. Homer still stumbles through the door at 5:30. Marge still worries and perseveres. Bart still provokes and misdirects. Lisa still fights for things that matter and gets tired from fighting. Maggie still watches in silence. The reason we cannot let them age is not that we're sentimentally attached to a cartoon. It's that letting them age means something. It means acknowledging that 36 years have passed, that we are older now, that the couch we sat on as children while the opening credits played is in a landfill somewhere, that the world has changed in ways we are still processing. That, the version of America, the show satirized in 1989, messy, resilient, funny, dysfunctional, somehow surviving despite everything, is not the only version that has ever existed. As long as The Simpsons runs, as long as Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and Homer is stumbling home from the plant, we don't have to admit any of that. We can turn on the television and go back to Evergreen Terrace. We can inhabit the world before it got complicated. We can be, for 22 minutes, in the Springfield of 1993 or 1997 or 2001, whichever year we started watching, whichever season we loved, whichever version of the show is most ours. The floating timeline is not Springfield's trap. It's ours. We built it. We maintain it. We tune in every week to make sure the family is still intact, and the house is still standing, and the loop is still running. And every time we watch, we make it a little harder for the Simpsons to escape. Because if they escape, if Bart turns 11, if Lisa turns 9, if Maggie finally says her second word and the timeline starts to land, the show ends. And the show ending means admitting that the version of America it represents was always temporary, always fragile, always one birthday away from becoming something unrecognizable. We pressed pause in 1989. We have not pressed play. And somewhere in a fictional hospital in a town that doesn't appear on any map, a man is dreaming about his family. His children are still young. His wife still loves him. The house on Evergreen Terrace still smells the same. And the dream runs on and on and on. Because nobody, not Homer, not the writers, not the audience, is quite ready for it to end. Section 11. Hans Moleman, Ned Flanders, and the characters the show quietly destroyed. There are two characters in The Simpsons whose stories, when examined closely, reveal dimensions of the show that most people have never consciously registered. One of them is a small, nearly blind, eternally suffering background figure who dies with remarkable frequency and returns without explanation. The other is a cheerful, devoutly religious neighbor who has had more taken from him than any other character in the show's history, and who responds to each new loss with a grace that the show eventually revealed is not natural. It is programmed. Start with Hans Moleman. If you've watched the show for any length of time, you know him. He's small, he's elderly in appearance, though the show will later complicate this significantly. He wears thick glasses, He moves slowly. He exists primarily in the background of Springfield scenes, which is where the show tends to put characters whose purpose is to receive harm rather than inflict it. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by falling objects. He gets buried alive. He gets attacked by animals. He is struck by lightning on at least one occasion, caught in explosions, and on a regular basis simply walks into traffic and disappears beneath the wheels of a vehicle. By conservative estimate, across the full run of the show, Hans Moleman has died, not been hurt, not been hospitalized, but has actually definitively died dozens of times. Not in Treehouse of Horror episodes, not in dream sequences, not in alternate timelines or what-if scenarios. In regular, canonical episodes presented as occurring within the show's actual continuity, Hans Moleman dies. And then he appears in a later episode completely fine, without explanation, without anyone having noted his previous death, without any acknowledgement that he was deceased the last time anyone saw him. Most fans register this as a running gag and accept it on those terms. Moleman dies a lot. It's funny. The joke is that the show keeps killing the same background character and pretending it didn't happen. You're not supposed to think about it. But through the framework of the theories we've been building across this video, Moleman's deaths take on a different quality. If the radiation theory is correct, if the contamination from Burns's plant has altered the biology of Springfield's residents in ways that make Homer effectively indestructible and Maggie cognitively extraordinary, then Moleman may represent the most extreme expression of mutation in the entire town. Not a mutation that makes you stronger or smarter, but one that removes the finality from death. A mutation that has altered his cellular biology so fundamentally that what would be a permanent termination for a normal human being is, for Moleman, a temporary state. His body fails. It ceases to function. And then, through some mechanism the show never explains and perhaps cannot explain, it reconstitutes. He comes back. Homer endures damage and heals. Moleman actually dies and returns. They represent different points on the same mutation spectrum, different expressions of what happens when radiation interacts with human biology over multiple decades. Then there is the single most disturbing piece of information the show has ever revealed about Hans Moleman, dropped in an episode and never revisited. Moleman once stated, in response to a direct question, that he is 31 years old. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. His posture is deeply stooped. His skin has the texture of someone in advanced age. He moves with the deliberate care of a man whose body has been worn down by decades of use. Everything about his physical presentation suggests a human being who is old in the conventional sense. Someone who has spent many years alive and is carrying the visible evidence of that time. He is 31. If this is true and within the show's logic there is no particular reason to disbelieve him, no indication that he is lying, then something happened to Hans Moleman that compressed decades of physical aging into the first 3 decades of his life. Something that took a person in what should be the prime of his biological existence and turned him into a walking, barely functioning, perpetually dying figure who looks like he should have retired 20 years ago. The radiation theory has an obvious candidate for what that something might be. And if Moleman's apparent extreme aging is the result of the same contamination that mutates everyone else in Springfield, then he represents the catastrophic end of that spectrum, the person for whom the mutation ran the aging process forward at maximum speed while simultaneously making the final destination of that process, actual death, a revolving door. He aged too fast, and now he can't stop dying and coming back. A perpetual loop of accelerated decay and impossible renewal, cycling through death as a regular experience rather than a singular event. If the coma theory is correct, Moleman is something else entirely, a background process in Homer's dream. A minor character that Homer's unconscious mind doesn't maintain with the same coherence it applies to people Homer actually loves and cares about. Moleman dies because Homer's dreaming brain occasionally lets minor figures lapse, runs out of the processing resources needed to keep them continuously alive, and returns to them only when a scene requires their presence. He comes back not through resurrection, but through the dream's need for him to populate the next shot. He's not a person in the dream. He's furniture that occasionally gets broken and replaced. And if the principle and the pauper theory is correct, Moleman's repeated deaths are simply one more thing Springfield has collectively agreed not to notice. A man dies publicly, repeatedly, in view of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody calls for an inquiry. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back or what is happening to his body or why this keeps occurring in a town that already has a three-eyed fish in its water supply. Molman's death cycle has been normalized by the same social mechanism that normalizes everything else Springfield needs to ignore. The three-eyed fish, the billionaire who glows in the dark, the baby who shot someone, the principal who wasn't who he said he was. And the tiny old man who is actually 31 years old dies every few weeks and keeps showing up for more. All of it filed under. Things we've agreed not to talk about. Now, Ned Flanders. Ned is the character the show has quietly subjected to more cumulative loss than anyone else in Springfield, and whose story represents one of the most unsettling subtexts in the entire series. On the surface, Ned is everything Homer is not. He is kind. He is generous. He is genuinely, consistently devout in his religious faith, attending church every week, applying his beliefs to his daily decisions with a sincerity that the show mostly presents without irony. He is physically fit. The show has made this explicit enough that it has become a source of ongoing mild comedy. He is financially responsible. He is a good father to his sons Rod and Todd, engaged and present in ways that Homer often fails to be. He is a good neighbor to the Simpsons in a way that no reasonable person could question, despite the fact that Homer has caused him genuine, documented harm across multiple categories of his life. He is, by any fair standard, a better person than Homer Simpson in almost every measurable dimension. And the show punishes him for it with a consistency and a comprehensiveness that, when you tally it up, is genuinely remarkable. Maude Flanders, Ned's wife, the mother of his children, the person at the center of his domestic and spiritual life, was killed at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired during a race and the projectile struck her. She fell from the bleachers. She died. Homer caused this. The t-shirts were being fired in multiple directions because Homer was actively dodging them. The shirt that killed Maude hit her because Homer moved out of its path. Homer's selfishness, his reflexive prioritization of his own comfort over any consideration of the people around him, literally killed his neighbor's wife. And Ned forgave him, because that's what Ned does. He forgives. He turns the other cheek. He absorbs loss after loss after loss and responds with grace and patience and an unshakable faith that God has a plan for all of it, that there is purpose in the suffering, that the right response to being wronged is to extend compassion rather than anger. And then there's the hurricane episode. A hurricane strikes Springfield and destroys Ned's house specifically. The tornado of loss and misfortune targets him with a precision that would feel cruel if it were inflicted by a person rather than a weather event. The community rallies. They rebuild Ned's house together, which is moving and communal and should be the positive resolution the storyline is building toward. But when the house is finished and Ned arrives to see it, it is assembled with such catastrophic incompetence, every wall wrong, every measurement off, every structural element executed by people who had enthusiasm but no skill, that it collapses immediately. The community built Ned a house that couldn't stand up, and Ned snaps. He has a complete psychological breakdown. Standing in front of his destroyed second house, surrounded by the neighbors who built it and the family who lost the first one, Ned Flanders says things he has been holding inside for years. He insults the townspeople. He says aloud the things he has never been able to express because his social presentation requires him to be relentlessly positive. The rage that was always underneath the kindness finally breaks through. Then he is institutionalized. He is committed to a mental health facility. And in the facility, the show reveals the truth about Ned's niceness. Ned was a violent, uncontrollable child. His parents, being of the beatnik persuasion, did not believe in conventional discipline. Rather than managing his behavior through normal parental intervention, they took him to a psychiatrist who spent years applying behavioral modification techniques. The episode implies this was intensive enough to border on reprogramming, specifically targeting Ned's aggressive tendencies. The goal was to remove the rage from Ned's psychology so comprehensively that he would never be able to access it again. It worked. The rage was conditioned out, or more precisely, it was walled off so thoroughly that it can no longer reach the surface under normal circumstances. Ned cannot express anger because his brain was rewired to suppress it before he was old enough to understand what was being done to him. Everything about Ned looks different once you hold this. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is pathological. He cannot respond to being wronged with anger because the neurological pathway that would produce that response was systematically removed from his available options in childhood. When Homer causes the death of his wife, when Homer damages his property, when Homer takes advantage of Ned's generosity repeatedly, and without acknowledgement, Ned forgives because forgiveness is the only response his conditioning allows. The cage of his niceness was built before he was old enough to choose. His faith is not spiritual conviction, or at least not only that. It is a coping framework. A man who cannot process his own anger, who cannot access his own grief in the normal way, who has had his emotional range deliberately reduced faith, provides structure. It provides a narrative context for the losses and the patience, and the relentless one-sided relationship with a neighbor who will never appreciate or repay him. God has a plan is not just theology for Ned. It is the only available explanation for why his life keeps working out the way it does. The forgiveness of Homer after Maude's death is the most compressed expression of this. The man whose selfishness killed his wife. The man who stood there in the stands dodging t-shirts while across the aisle a woman fell. And Ned looked at this man and said he forgave him, because what else could Ned say? The conditioning that shaped him from early childhood does not have a mechanism for the appropriate response to this situation. It only has forgiveness. That's all it was built to produce. And here is the darkness that sits at the center of the Ned Flanders story. The piece that makes it function as more than just a portrait of a well-meaning neighbor with a difficult life. God talks to Homer. This is a canonical fact within the show's universe. Homer has had direct, face-to-face conversations with God in multiple episodes. God has appeared to Homer in his living room on multiple occasions, and they have spoken. In Homer the Heretic, the episode that foreshadows the coma, if the coma theory is correct, God appears and speaks to Homer directly about the meaning of life, about what is coming. The divine engages with Homer Simpson, a man who sleeps through church and eats donuts during meltdown warnings, and once skipped religious services specifically to watch football in an empty house. God does not speak to Ned Flanders. Ned goes to church every week. He studies scripture. He applies his faith to every decision he makes, every interaction he has. Every morning he wakes up and faces another day of being wronged by the world and responding to it with grace. He has dedicated his life to faith in a way that Homer Simpson never has and never will. The divine speaks to the man who doesn't show up. It ignores the man who never misses a service. This is not random cruelty, or at least the show does not seem to intend it as such. It is a statement. The system doesn't reward rightness. It doesn't respond to virtue. The universe of Springfield does not have a mechanism for recognizing and rewarding the person who does everything correctly. What the universe responds to is something else. Homer's particular combination of luck, resilience, and the structural protection Burns' deal with Abe provides. Homer keeps coming back not because he deserves to. He comes back because the system is arranged to bring him back. Ned does everything right in a system that was not designed to recognize rightness. Homer does everything wrong in a system that was not designed to punish wrongness. And they have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And the gap between them has not closed by a single inch, because the system that produces both of their outcomes is the same system, and that system runs on something other than justice. Homer at the power plant, incompetent and protected, sustained by a secret contract and the cognitive impairment that keeps him from understanding what's happening. Ned at the leftorium and at the church, kind and capable and systematically stripped of everyone he loves, sustained by a faith that the show has confirmed is not answered, and by a conditioning that was installed without his consent. Burns at the top, ancient and maintained, watching the whole system run. Moleman in the ground, 31 years old, dying again. And Maggie in the corner, watching all of it, saying nothing. That's Springfield. Section 12. Everything connects Springfield as a system built to never change. We have spent a long time in Springfield now. We've stood at the base of those cracked cooling towers and watched the steam rise. We've sat beside Homer's hospital bed in April 1993 and watched his eyes stay closed long past the moment the show said they opened. We've examined the physical We've traced Burns through a century and a half of history to a weekly medical appointment that keeps him alive through mechanisms that should not exist. We've watched the town vote to expel its own truth on a railroad car. We've watched Maggie in the corner, watching everything. We've followed Mona Simpson from a Springfield kitchen in 1969 through 27 years of exile to a cemetery where her son, who was supposed to be dead, found her visiting his grave. We've looked at the floating timeline until we could see the shape of what it actually is. Not a production convention, but a choice. Not an accident, but an agreement. And now, in this final section, the task is to step back far enough to see all of these theories at once, not as separate arguments competing for the same explanatory space, but as different facets of the same thing, different angles on the same structural truth about what Springfield is and why it is built the way it is. Every theory in this video, the radiation, the coma, the shooting, the immortality, the denial, the predictions, the geography, the timeline arrives at the same place. Through different evidence, through different logic, through different assumptions about which layer of the show is the most real, they all reach the same conclusion. Something in Springfield is designed to prevent change, not to resist change in the way that institutions naturally resist disruption, not to slow change down the way any complex system with momentum tends to, designed to prevent it, actively, with architecture, with systems that sustain themselves precisely because they produce the conditions that sustain them. The radiation theory gives you the mechanism, the plant leaks. The contamination damages cognitive function. The cognitively damaged population cannot mount effective resistance to the contamination. The plant continues leaking. The damage accumulates. The resistance becomes less possible. The plant continues. Round and round, self-sustaining, a system that reproduces the conditions for its own continuation in every cycle. The coma theory gives you the emotional logic. Homer's dream loops because Homer needs it to loop. The dream sustains itself because the dreamer's love for his family is the engine that runs it. As long as Homer loves his family and the dream is built from nothing else, the simulation continues. Every episode is the dream's way of giving Homer one more day with the people he loves. The system sustains itself because the thing at its center needs it to. The Burns immortality theory gives you the economic architecture. Burns is the financial engine of Springfield. His wealth funds the institutions, the employment, the infrastructure that the town depends on. His survival is economically necessary for the system to function. The system works to preserve Burns because Burns works to preserve the system. The contamination that poisons Springfield is also, in a roundabout way, the thing that keeps Springfield economically viable, because Burns's profitable operation of the plant is what makes the town viable at all. You cannot remove the poison without removing the source of income. The system sustains itself because removing any element of it would cause the collapse of all the others. The principle and the pauper theory gives you the social mechanism. The community maintains the fiction through collective agreement because the alternative admitting the truth about any one of the things the community has agreed to ignore would require admitting all the others. The truth is connected. Acknowledging that the principle is an imposter opens the door to asking why nobody noticed. Asking why nobody noticed opens the door to asking what else nobody has noticed. What else nobody has noticed leads directly to the fish, the plant, the contamination, the yellow skin, the four fingers, the billionaire who remembers the Spanish-American War. The community protects the lie because every lie is structurally connected to every other lie. Pull one thread and the whole thing unravels. So they vote to keep the lie. They make it illegal to speak the truth. They expel the truth teller on a railroad car. And they go back to their lives in the contamination zone, drinking the water, breathing the air, voting for whatever Burns needs them to vote for, working in whatever sectors Burns needs them to fill, living out their frozen, ageless, looping lives in a town that looks like America and feels like home and is, when you look closely enough, a system of extraordinary complexity dedicated to the production and maintenance of a single outcome. Nothing changes. Not because change is impossible in general, but because every mechanism Springfield contains for change has been identified, managed, and neutralized. The safety inspector who should force the plant to close is incompetent and contractually protected. The media that might expose the contamination is influenced by the same money that owns the plant. The regulatory oversight that might intervene cannot establish jurisdiction over a town with no fixed geographic location. The population that might revolt is cognitively compromised to the precise degree that makes sustained political organization difficult. The one woman who actually did something, who broke into Burns's lab and destroyed his biological weapons and tried to force accountability, was exiled and pursued for decades by the full weight of institutional power. And her son grew up believing she abandoned him and spent his adult life working for the man who made her run. The system is not cruel in the way that implies an active desire to cause suffering. It is indifferent. It processes people and produces outputs and sustains itself. Homer's suffering is not the point. It is a byproduct. Ned's suffering is not the point. It is a byproduct. Molman's suffering is not the point. It is a byproduct. The point is that the plant keeps running, the money keeps accumulating, and the man in the big house on the hill keeps receiving his weekly treatment and watching his dominion from behind those ancient, rheumy eyes. And here's the piece that the theories, individually, tend not to sit with long enough. The people of Springfield are not wrong to stay. They are not stupid, or at least their apparent stupidity is not the cause of their situation, it is the effect. Marge is not deluded. Lisa is not naive. Bart's rebellion is not pointless. These people are doing what people do in systems that are arranged against them. They are surviving. They are building lives inside the constraints they have, finding love where they can, constructing meaning from the materials available to them, getting through the days and coming home and sitting on the couch and watching television and being in the ways they can manage. Okay, this is not a small thing. Homer's love for his family, though shaped by damage and loss and cognitive impairment, is genuine. Marge's patience, though structurally enforced to some degree by the limited options available to her, is also genuinely her. Lisa's idealism, though repeatedly crushed, persists. Bart's chaotic energy, though misdirected, is the energy of someone who knows instinctively that the situation he was born into is wrong and doesn't have the tools yet to say why. Maggie's silence is, within its context, a rational response to an irrational environment. They are not symptoms of the system. They are people living inside a system that would prefer they remain symptoms. And the difference matters. The show has been telling this story for 36 years. Not through exposition or dramatic reveals or the kind of tidy narrative resolution that would let audiences go home satisfied. Through accumulation. Through the slow layering of detail upon detail, episode upon episode, each one adding a little more evidence to the picture. Each one asking you to look a little more carefully at what's actually being shown. The three-eyed fish. The cracked cooling towers. The billionaire who glows. The safety inspector who sleeps. The principal who isn't who he says he is. The mother who ran. The baby who watches. The neighbor who forgives because he has no choice. The small man who died again last week and will be back for the next episode. None of it is hidden. All of it is on screen. The show has never concealed its own darkness. It has placed it in the background, in the margins, in the moments between jokes, and it has trusted the audience to look. Most of us didn't look. Most of us watched the couch gag and laughed at the donut and appreciated the cleverness of the writing and went back to our own lives. And that's fine. The show works on that level. It has always worked on that level. You don't need any of this to enjoy it. But for the people who looked for the fans who pulled at the threads and followed them wherever they led and refused to accept the surface as the whole Springfield opened up into something else. Something stranger and sadder and more carefully constructed than the version visible at face value. A version where every yellow face and every impossible recovery and every forgotten catastrophe and every reset is the result of forces that are documented, coherent, and traceable to a single source. The cracked tower. The leaked contamination. The man in the big house who needs his weekly treatment and who, for over a century, has not yet found a reason to let Springfield get better. The show is not hiding its mysteries. It is showing them to you every single week. It always has been. The opening credits play. The camera sweeps over Springfield. Homer drives past the cooling towers. The family rushes to the couch. The theme song plays. And in the hospital on the edge of town, in a bed surrounded by machines and a family that may or may not still be there, a man is dreaming. His family is on the couch. His children are still young. His wife is still there. The house smells like the house always smelled. The beer in the refrigerator is cold. The plant is visible from the kitchen window, steam rising from the towers in the early morning light, enormous and familiar and permanent. And nobody asks why the steam is that color. Nobody asks about the fish. Nobody looks too hard at their hands or counts their fingers or notices, in the bathroom mirror, the precise shade of yellow that their skin has been for as long as any of them can remember. Because remembering is dangerous. Because looking too closely is dangerous. Because in Springfield, the social contract requires a certain willingness not to see, and everybody has signed it, and the contract has no expiration date. Bart is 10 years old. Lisa is 8. Maggie is 1. Homer finds his way home at the end of every episode. The loop runs on, and that's every theory, every mystery. 36 seasons of Springfield examined from the inside. Thank you for spending this time here. If you're still awake, genuinely well done. If you drifted off somewhere in the middle, that's exactly what this was for. Springfield will still be here when you come back. It always is. Drop a comment when you wake up and tell me where in the world you fell asleep. And if you haven't subscribed yet, it would mean a lot. Sleep well. End of script. Expansion content sections 1 through 12. Section 1 Expansion, the nuclear power plant. Let's slow down and spend more time inside the plant itself. Because the details the show has provided over 36 seasons deserve to be laid out fully rather than summarized. The Springfield nuclear power plant is described in various episodes as a 2-unit pressurized water reactor facility. Pressurized water reactors use water under high pressure as both coolant and neutron moderator, and they are among the most common types of commercial nuclear reactors in actual use in the United States. The show's writers knew what they were depicting. This was not a generic sci-fi device. This was a specific piece of industrial infrastructure with specific failure modes, specific environmental risks, and specific regulatory requirements. The regulatory requirements, in particular, are relevant. In the real world, nuclear power plants in the United States are subject to oversight from the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Facilities must meet extensive safety standards. Inspections occur regularly. Violations result in mandatory remediation and, in serious cases, facility shutdown. The NRC has the authority to shut down any reactor that poses unacceptable risk to public health or safety. In Springfield, the regulatory apparatus has clearly been compromised to such a degree that 342 violations can exist simultaneously without any federal response. This is not a small failure. This is not the result of an inspection falling through a bureaucratic crack. This requires the systematic neutralization of every layer of oversight designed to prevent exactly this situation. A dangerous industrial facility, operating with full knowledge of its own violations, continuing to operate because the political and regulatory environment around it has been shaped to allow it. Burns's influence in Springfield extends to the political level across multiple episodes. He has purchased candidates. He has arranged for favorable regulatory treatment. He has made it functionally impossible for anyone with real oversight authority to take sustained action against the plant. The 342 violations don't exist because nobody noticed them. They exist because the mechanisms designed to force their remediation have been systematically neutralized. The show depicts this in several ways across different seasons. In one episode, Burns attempts to darken the entire town, literally stealing the sun, as discussed earlier, and the regulatory and political response from every level of government is completely ineffective. Nobody stops him. No state agency intervenes. No federal authority acts in time to prevent the scheme. Burns is only stopped by physical action from within Springfield itself, not by any institutional force from outside. This is the show telling you something important about how thoroughly Burns has insulated himself from external accountability. In another episode, when the German investors purchase the plant and immediately begin the process of bringing it into compliance, the cost estimate that emerges nearly bankrupts them before they can even begin the work. This gives you a sense of the actual scale of the violations, not 342 minor paperwork errors, but 342 substantive infrastructure failures, each requiring real remediation, collectively representing a multi-hundred-million-dollar gap between the facility's current state and any reasonable safety baseline. Burns bought the plant back before the remediation could begin. He rehired Homer, and the violations continued. Now consider what 36 years of those violations means for the surrounding environment. The show has depicted radioactive waste being dumped in bodies of water. Rivers and lakes receive the runoff. Springfield has rivers and lakes that appear across multiple episodes as locations where residents fish, swim, and spend leisure time. Blinky the three-eyed fish is caught in one of these bodies of water. The contamination is not contained to the plant's immediate vicinity. It has moved through the watershed, spread through the water table, and worked its way into the living environment of anyone who interacts with Springfield's natural water features. And Springfield's residents do interact with those water features regularly. The show depicts fishing as a common leisure activity. Swimming holes appear across multiple episodes. The harbor is an active feature of the town. Children play near rivers. The contaminated water is not avoided because the residents don't know it's contaminated. The fish in that river had a third eye, and the town watched Burns eat the fish on television and shrugged and went back to their lives. There is also the matter of the aerial contamination. Nuclear facilities release airborne contamination through multiple mechanisms, and a facility with cracked cooling towers and insufficient maintenance represents a particularly acute risk for airborne radioactive particulates. The show has depicted visible emissions from the plant smoke, steam, and occasionally luminescent clouds emanating from the towers without ever accounting for where those emissions go. The people of Springfield breathe the air around the plant every day. The prevailing winds carry whatever is released from those towers over the residential areas of the town. The children of Springfield walk to school through that air. They play outside in it. They breathe it for years. When you put all of this together, the contaminated water table, the airborne particulates, the direct dumping of radioactive material in public spaces, you begin to understand why the radiation theory proposes that the contamination isn't limited to the plant's immediate surroundings. It is everywhere in Springfield. It is in the water people drink and cook with. It is in the air they breathe. It is in the soil their food is grown in, to whatever degree Springfield residents grow their own food. It saturates the environment in which every person in the town spends their entire lives. And the biological effects, the theory argues, are what we see on screen. Not just in the dramatic mutations like Blinky's third eye, but in the baseline physical characteristics that the show presents as normal for Springfield residents. The yellow pigmentation, the unusual eye proportions, the four-fingered hands, the physical resilience that allows Homer to survive what would kill anyone else. The yellow skin deserves particular attention. The show has never provided a canonical, in-universe explanation for why everyone in Springfield and only people in Springfield has yellow skin. The standard dismissal is that it's the art style. And yes, it is the art style. But the radiation theory observes that the art style choice affects only Springfield residents, not visitors from outside. The art style, within the show's own internal logic, is not universal. It is geographically specific. It applies to people who live in the contamination zone and not to people who come from outside it. Jaundice, the yellowing of skin due to elevated bilirubin levels, can, in certain contexts, be associated with liver damage. The liver is among the organs most sensitive to radiation exposure. Long-term, low-level radiation exposure can produce the kind of chronic liver stress that, over years and across generations, might manifest as the kind of baseline pigmentation shift the show depicts. This is speculative. The show does not provide enough biological specificity to draw firm conclusions. But the correlation between the geographic specificity of the yellow skin and the geographic specificity of the contamination source is not nothing. Four fingers is harder to explain through a single mechanism. Polydactyly, the presence of extra fingers, is a real genetic condition. Its opposite, missing digits, is also a documented phenomenon with various causes. The show depicts every Springfield resident as having 4 fingers rather than 5, which is a consistent reduction from the human baseline rather than a variation in either direction. Whether this represents a specific genetic mutation, a developmental abnormality produced by gestational radiation exposure, or simply the show's art style remaining internally consistent within a contamination framework, is something the theory leaves deliberately open. What the theory insists on is simply this: the physical characteristics that define Springfield's residents are geographically bounded in a way that the show itself documents, and the geographic boundary aligns precisely with the contamination zone centered on the power plant. That alignment is either a profound coincidence or the show's 36-year-long acknowledgement of a truth it has chosen never to state directly. There is one more piece of evidence for the radiation theory that tends to get overlooked because it comes from the movie rather than an episode. The Simpsons movie, released in 2007, provides what may be the single most definitive piece of canonical evidence that Springfield's environmental situation has crossed into something beyond the ordinary television drama of a poorly managed industrial facility. The inciting incident of the film is that Springfield's contamination reaches a level so extreme that the Environmental Protection Agency, an actual federal regulatory agency, depicted within the film's universe as functioning and responsive, determines that containment is the only viable option. The EPA's response to Springfield's situation is to seal the entire town under a glass dome, not to find burns, not to order cleanup, not to shut down the plant, to seal the entire town. The dome response is, within the logic of real environmental regulation, an extraordinary escalation. It would represent the most extreme possible acknowledgement that a community's contamination has become a national-level emergency, that the pollution emanating from this location is so severe and so uncontrolled that the only way to protect the surrounding region is physical separation. It is not a regulatory action. It is a quarantine. The United States government, in the world of the film, looked at Springfield and concluded that the town itself is a vector of contamination. Not just the plant, not just the river, the town, the people inside it, the air above it, the water moving through it, all of it classified as too dangerous to allow contact with the outside world. And the residents are still inside when the dome comes down. Every person who has been living in the contamination zone for decades, absorbing the radiation exposure, carrying whatever biological alterations the exposure has produced, sealed in with the source of the contamination, unable to leave, unable to receive outside medical assessment, unable to access any resource that might begin to address what has been done to their biology. The dome is not a story element chosen randomly. It is the logical endpoint of everything the radiation theory has been tracing since Blinky. From a three-eyed fish in a local river to federal environmental quarantine of an entire community, the progression is coherent and documented. The show has been building toward it, one background detail at a time, for nearly 20 years of episodes before the movie finally brought it to the surface. And after the movie, Springfield continues. The dome comes down, the town rebuilds, and the plant keeps running because the plant always keeps running because nothing that happens in Springfield is ever quite enough to stop it. Section 2 Expansion. The Coma Theory. The coma theory deserves more careful examination of the pre-coma versus post-coma distinction, because the shift in the show's tone and content is not simply a matter of the plots getting more outlandish. The change runs deeper than that. In the pre-coma seasons, the show was doing something specific and unusual for American network television in the late 1980s and early 1990s. It was depicting working-class economic anxiety with genuine specificity. Homer's financial situation, the mortgage on the house, the cost of raising 3 children, the dependency on a single income from a job that provides stability but no growth, the anxiety of living close enough to the edge that a single, unexpected expense could destabilize. Everything was treated as real and consequential. Episodes from the early seasons regularly grappled with money in a way that later seasons almost entirely abandoned. Homer takes a second job to pay for a Christmas present. The family faces foreclosure. Homer makes financial decisions that produce consequences that the show actually follows through on rather than resetting. The economic pressures of the Simpson family's situation were woven into the texture of the storytelling in a way that made them recognizable to large portions of the American audience. This groundedness was also visible in the relationship dynamics. The early seasons depicted Homer and Marge's marriage as genuinely complex, loving but stressed, built on real compatibility but tested regularly by the specific pressures of their circumstances. Homer's failings as a husband and father were not just comedy. They had weight. Marge's frustration was not played purely for laughs. There was an emotional honesty to the relationship that subsequent seasons largely lost. After the coma, the economic specificity essentially disappears. Homer holds hundreds of different jobs across the post-coma seasons, each one appearing in a single episode and then vanishing without consequence. The mortgage is never mentioned. The financial anxiety that drove early storylines is replaced by an endless supply of adventures that don't require the characters to think about money in any sustained way. The domestic realism evaporates. The coma theory's explanation. Homer's dreaming brain is not very good at maintaining the boring, stressful, specific texture of financial anxiety. Dreams don't tend to feature sustained engagement with spreadsheets and mortgage payments. Dreams amplify emotionally significant elements and lose the granular mundane details that constitute the fabric of actual daily life. The post-coma seasons feel like dreams partly because they behave like dreams, vivid, episodic, emotionally intense, increasingly disconnected from the specific material constraints that defined the early show. The early seasons were Homer's life. The later seasons are Homer's dream of his life. And the difference between the two is exactly the difference the coma theory predicts. There's also the matter of Homer's body in the post-coma seasons. In the early seasons, Homer's physical fragility is more evident. His size, his limitations, his somewhat ordinary human vulnerability are present in the storytelling. He is clumsy and often suffers consequences. The physical comedy involves pain with stakes. After the coma, Homer's body becomes increasingly indestructible in ways that are more and more difficult to explain through any framework other than the dream. He falls from the Springfield Gorge multiple times. He is launched from a cannon. He is struck by vehicles repeatedly in the same episode with diminishing effect. The gag becomes how little the damage registers rather than how much it hurts. His body, in the post-coma seasons, behaves exactly as a dream character's body would behave, subject to harm as a plot and comedy mechanic, but fundamentally immune to the consequences that would apply to a real physical form. Because his body is not in Springfield. His body is in a hospital bed. Only the dream version of him is in Springfield, and the dream version of Homer cannot die, because the dreamer will not write that ending. One detail that the coma theory adherents often point to is the way later seasons handle the concept of memory and continuity between episodes. In the early seasons, events from previous episodes are sometimes referenced. Consequences occasionally carry forward. The show behaved more like a serialized narrative with a fixed history. In the post-coma seasons, continuity between episodes becomes almost entirely optional. Major events, Homer changing jobs, making significant decisions, forming new relationships simply don't persist. The next episode begins as if the previous one didn't happen. Characters who should remember specific things don't. The shared history of the cast feels increasingly unstable. This is exactly how dreams handle continuity. They don't. Each dream is its own self-contained event. The details from last night's dream don't carry into tonight's, unless there's an emotional through line strong enough to bridge them. Homer's coma dream cycles through Springfield scenarios the way we cycle through dreams, each one vivid and internally coherent, but not reliably connected to the others in any sustained way. The emotional through line that does persist the constant across every episode, the thing that makes the dream cohesive despite its internal contradictions, is Homer's family. Marge is always there. Bart and Lisa and Maggie are always there. The house is always there. Whatever else changes from episode to episode, whatever wild adventure unfolds or bizarre scenario Homer is dropped into, the dream always returns him to Evergreen Terrace, to the couch, to the family. That's the through line. That's what the dreaming brain is trying to hold on to. Not the plant, not Springfield, not Burns or Ned or Moe or any of the secondary characters. The family. The dream is the shape of Homer's love for his family, expressed as narrative, running in a loop because love doesn't know how to end. Section 3 Expansion. The Burns Shooting. There is another dimension of the Burns shooting that the theories around it tend to underexplore. The question of what Burns himself gained from the official resolution. The official story, Maggie did it, the gun fell from Burns's holster, Maggie picked it up, it discharged accidentally serves a specific set of interests. The police close the case without having to identify or prosecute a real shooter. The Simpson family avoids having Homer convicted of attempted murder. Burns avoids the public exposure that would come from a full trial investigating the circumstances leading to his being shot, which would require re-examining every act of destruction he committed against Springfield in the preceding months. Consider that last point carefully. A trial for the shooting of Mr. Burns would necessarily involve a reconstruction of the events leading up to it. It would document, in open court, the oil well theft from Springfield Elementary, the financial engineering that destroyed Moe's Tavern, the sinkhole that collapsed the retirement home, the solar blocking device, the firing of Smithers. Each of these acts is a potential criminal matter in itself. Each of them involves documented harm to specific victims who have legal standing to press charges. A full investigation of the shooting, done rigorously, would have opened every one of these doors. Burns closing the case with a baby as the designated shooter eliminates all of that. A baby cannot be prosecuted. The case cannot be tried. And without a trial, the underlying events, the oil, the sinkhole, the sun, the financial manipulation remain in the informal domain of public grievance rather than entering the formal domain of legal accountability. Burns didn't just survive the shooting. He used the resolution of the shooting to bury every crime that caused it. The other theory worth elaborating is the Springfield power structure theory, the idea that the resolution of the case was not simply Burns's own maneuvering, but represented a collaborative suppression involving multiple institutions. Chief Wiggum is not a competent investigator. This is one of the most thoroughly documented facts in the show's canon. His incompetence is not occasional or situational. It is total and consistent. He cannot solve crimes. He routinely arrests the wrong people. He dismisses evidence that contradicts his preferred conclusions. He is, by any reasonable assessment, the least effective police chief in the history of American law enforcement, fictional or otherwise. But Wiggum's incompetence alone doesn't explain the Burns case resolution. Wiggum didn't steer the investigation toward Maggie out of brilliance or design. He stumbled toward the conclusion through a combination of random forensic luck and the convenience of Burns's own testimony. What Wiggum provided was the institutional willingness to accept Maggie as the answer and stop asking questions. That institutional willingness is the piece worth examining. The Springfield Police Department, under Wiggum, has a long history of investigating crimes in ways that are convenient for the town's powerful interests and inconvenient for victims who lack political connections. Burns is the most powerful person in Springfield. His relationship with the police department, while rarely depicted explicitly, is implied across multiple episodes to be one in which the department's priorities are significantly shaped by his interests. A rigorous investigation of the shooting, one that actually followed the evidence, might have led to conclusions that created serious problems for Burns's business operations, for the town's political establishment, and for every institution that depended on Burns's continued goodwill. The conclusion that Maggie did it was not just convenient for Burns. It was convenient for everyone who needed the situation resolved quickly and quietly, without the kind of extended legal process that would drag Springfield's power structure into the light. Section 4: Expansion. Burns's age. The question of Burns's cognition deserves more attention than the theory usually gives it, because it is perhaps the most remarkable aspect of his longevity. Burns's memory, as depicted across the show's history, is extraordinarily selective. He cannot remember Homer's name. This is the most famous expression of his memory failures, a running gag across dozens of episodes. He confuses Homer with other employees. He fails to recognize people he has met multiple times. His working memory for current events and current relationships appears genuinely impaired. But his long-term memory, the historical record stored in his brain from events decades or a century past, is, by comparison, sharp. He remembers events from the Gilded Age as personal experience. He can recall specific details of events from World War II, from his time at Yale, from his early business dealings. The distant past is accessible to him in ways that the recent past is not. This is, interestingly, a pattern consistent with certain types of age-related cognitive change in actual human neurology, particularly in conditions where long-term memory is preserved significantly longer than short-term and working memory. Burns's particular memory profile, sharp on history, impaired on current specifics, is not merely a comedy choice. It is a recognizable neurological pattern in someone whose brain has been maintained for far longer than it was designed to function. The treatments are keeping his body running. They are managing the disease equilibrium and sustaining his physical functions. But they cannot fully reverse the effects of a century or more of neurological use and accumulated cellular damage. Burns's brain is wearing out in specific ways, even as the rest of his biological systems are maintained through external intervention. The result is a man who is strategically brilliant, his long-term planning, his political maneuvering, his management of his empire, but who operates in the immediate present with impairments that manifest as the failure to recognize or remember the people directly around him. He remembers the design of the scheme he set in motion 30 years ago. He doesn't remember the name of the man he hired to work beside the reactor. This distinction between the preserved strategic intelligence and the impaired immediate recognition also explains something about the power dynamic between Burns and Smithers. Smithers manages Burns's immediate world. The schedule, the names, the logistics, the day-to-day operational details that Burns's impaired working memory cannot reliably track. Without Smithers, Burns's strategic brilliance would be disconnected from any capacity for practical implementation. He could design the scheme. He could not remember who he had assigned to execute it. Smithers is not just keeping Burns alive through the treatment schedule. He is providing the working memory that Burns's century-old brain can no longer fully sustain. He is, in a very literal cognitive sense, part of Burns's mind. Section 5 Expansion: The Principal and the Pauper. The episode's reception history is worth examining in more detail, because the gap between what critics said about it and what the episode was actually doing tells you something important about the show's relationship with its own audience. The critical consensus, at the time and largely since, was that The Principal and the Pauper failed because it committed an act of narrative betrayal. It took a character whom the audience had invested in across 9 seasons and revealed that the investment was in a fiction. Everything about Skinner, his background, his relationships, his personality was built on a stolen identity. The character the audience knew was not real. Loving him had been, in a sense, loving a lie. This critique assumes that the audience's investment was in a specific individual's authenticated identity, and that finding out the individual's identity was falsified retroactively removes the validity of that investment. But this assumption is more interesting than it initially appears, because it implies that authenticity is the foundation of emotional connection. The town of Springfield in the episode itself makes a different argument. They vote to keep Tamzarian as Skinner. Not because they believe he is the real Skinner everyone in the room knows he isn't, but because the Skinner they know is, in every functional sense, theirs. The relationship they have built with him over 20 years is real, regardless of its fraudulent foundation. The version of Principal Skinner who shaped their children's educations, who lived in their community, who was Agnes's son in practice, if not in biology, that person is the one who matters to them. The biological original, the real Seymour Skinner, is a stranger. This is not a straightforwardly wrong position. There are genuine philosophical traditions that support exactly this kind of pragmatic commitment to the functional over the authentic. The episode is not simply depicting a community choosing comfortable lies over hard truth. It is depicting a community choosing functional identity over biological identity, a position with more ethical complexity than the standard criticism acknowledges. But the show is also clear that this choice has costs. The real Skinner is exiled. A man whose actual identity was stolen is expelled from the community that benefited from the theft. The philosophical sophistication of the choice does not erase the injustice it perpetuates. Springfield may be making a coherent argument for the primacy of functional relationships over biological authenticity, but it is making that argument at the expense of someone who is wronged and who has no recourse. And here is the dimension the show's critics missed. This is exactly what Springfield does to everyone it needs to maintain its functional reality. It is what it does to Burns's workers. It is what it does to the residents who develop the biological effects of the radiation and are never told why. It is what it did to Mona Simpson, whose identity as a mother was effectively stolen by Burns's pursuit of her. It is what it does to anyone who threatens the agreed-upon version of events. Springfield maintains its functional reality at the expense of people who cannot fight back. Tamzarian's story is the most explicit version of a pattern that runs through the show's entire history. The Principal and the Pauper was not a betrayal of the show's values. It was the show's values made visible. Section 6 Expansion Maggie. Maggie's relationship with violence is something the theories tend to treat as a single data point, the shooting, when, in fact, the show has depicted a more consistent pattern across her appearances. She is regularly shown in contexts that involve physical confrontation that she handles with unusual competence. The daycare rebellion involves coordinated resistance against an adult authority figure that requires planning and leadership. The longest daycare involves direct confrontation with a physically larger adversary. Various episode appearances show her in situations where a normal baby would be helpless, and she is not. The show has also, in several Treehouse of Horror episodes and flash-forward scenarios, depicted Maggie in adult form as someone who continues the pattern of competence and strategic silence. In future set sequences, adult Maggie tends to appear as someone operating with significant capability, still not always verbal, still watching the world with the same patient assessment that characterizes her infant self. One reading of Maggie that tends to be underexplored is the possibility that her silence is not simply strategic, not just a decision to avoid the costs of being visibly intelligent, but also a form of emotional self-protection. The family around her is loud in its expressions of love and disappointment and frustration and hope. Homer expresses everything externally, sometimes badly, sometimes embarrassingly, but always out loud. Marge expresses worry. Bart expresses grievance. Lisa expresses aspiration. Maggie expresses nothing outwardly except through action. And her actions, when they occur, are always correct. She doesn't deliberate visibly. She doesn't worry out loud. She assesses, decides, acts. The internal life that produces those decisions is entirely inaccessible. This might be protection. A child who grows up watching the emotional transparency of her family members produce pain, Homer's need for approval producing exploitation, Marge's expressed worry producing anxiety, Lisa's expressed intelligence producing dismissal, Bart's expressed rebellion producing punishment might conclude that the externalization of internal states is a vulnerability rather than a strength. Keep your thinking inside. Show only the action. Let the results speak. Let the others wonder. There is also the extraordinary specificity of the moment when Maggie does choose to speak. Her first word, daddy, was chosen with precision. Not mama, not a neutral syllable. Daddy. In a household where Homer is, by any objective measure, the less competent and less consistently present parent, where Marge does more of the daily labor of raising the children, where Homer's presence is frequently comic and occasionally catastrophically counterproductive, Maggie's first word was for her father. You could read this as the show simply choosing the most emotionally impactful option. Homer's relationship with Maggie has always had a particular tenderness to it, partly because Homer knows she is the one he understands least, the one he has the fewest reference points for, the one whose inner life is most opaque to him. Or you could read it as Maggie choosing her first word with the same strategic precision she applies to everything else. She chose to give Homer something, a single word, voiced once, that told him his youngest child knew he was her father and that this mattered. And then she put the pacifier back and went back to watching. One word, a whole decision, and then silence again. Section 7, Expansion, the predictions. The prediction phenomenon gets more interesting when you consider the show's depiction of specific institutions rather than specific events. The Simpsons has consistently depicted the relationship between wealth and political power, between media ownership and media content, between regulatory capture and corporate accountability in ways that, with the passage of time, have come to describe the real American institutional landscape with uncomfortable accuracy. But these are not predictions. They are diagnoses that have proved durable. The show in 1989 depicted a town where the wealthiest person had effectively captured every institution: the police, the local government, the regulatory apparatus, the medical establishment, the educational system. Burns's influence in Springfield is total enough that there is essentially no institution he does not have access to and cannot bend toward his interests when necessary. In 1989, this was satire, an exaggeration of real dynamics for comic and critical effect. The point was to take existing patterns, the political influence of industrial wealth, the regulatory failures produced by regulatory capture, the way concentrated economic power shapes institutional behavior, and amplify them to absurdity so the audience could see them clearly. By 2025, the dynamics the show was satirizing have advanced in the real world to the point where the satirical amplification sometimes looks less like exaggeration and more like description. This is the most important and least discussed dimension of the prediction phenomenon. The show wasn't predicting specific events. It was diagnosing systemic tendencies with enough accuracy that, as those tendencies developed further, the show's satirical depictions came to look like straightforward reporting. The prediction of Trump's presidency is fascinating, precisely because it operates on two levels simultaneously. As a specific prediction, this man will be president. It was improbable in 1999, and striking in retrospect. But as a diagnosis of systemic tendency, celebrity will be conflated with political authority. Entertainment values will colonize political culture. The distinction between personality and policy will erode. It was accurate in 1989. The show wasn't saying Trump would win in 2016. It was saying the conditions that made a Trump victory possible were already present and developing. The specific event was always latent in the system the show was describing. This is what the best satire does. It doesn't predict the future. It illuminates the present clearly enough that the future becomes legible from it. Section 8 Expansion Mona. The Biological Weapons Laboratory deserves more attention as a piece of contextual information about Burns, because its existence changes the nature of Burns's villainy in a way that the show largely failed to develop. Burns as a negligent nuclear plant operator is one kind of villain. The harm he causes is real but also ambient, a diffuse contamination that spreads gradually, the kind of corporate malfeasance that is ubiquitous enough to feel normal, the kind of harm that is hard to attribute to any single decision or any single person. Burns as a biological weapons manufacturer is a different kind of villain entirely. Manufacturing biological weapons is a crime under international law. The Biological Weapons Convention, which the United States ratified in 1975, prohibits the development, production, and stockpiling of biological agents for offensive purposes. Burns's laboratory was not operating in a legal gray area. It was conducting operations that are, by international treaty, criminal. And the community he was doing this in Springfield is the same community whose residents he was simultaneously exposing to nuclear contamination. The same town, the same water supply, the same people. Mona's raid destroyed the biological agents, but the show never addresses the question of what the facility was doing before she destroyed it. How long had it been operational? What was the intended use of the biological material being produced? Who was it for? And given that Burns's chemical and biological capabilities are apparently still intact, he has pharmaceutical divisions capable of synthesizing his weekly treatment. What else has that capability been producing? The show raised all of these questions in the Mother Simpson episode and answered none of them. The biological weapons lab is introduced as backstory for Mona's radicalization and then essentially dropped. The implication that Burns was manufacturing weapons-grade pathogens in Springfield is never revisited, never developed, never connected to anything else in the show's ongoing narrative. But within the framework of the theories we've been building, the laboratory's existence adds a dimension to the radiation theory worth considering. If Burns was manufacturing biological agents in a facility adjacent to or connected with his nuclear infrastructure, the contamination affecting Springfield may not be purely radiological. The water supply and air quality around his operations may have been compromised by biological agents in addition to radioactive material. The specific profile of Springfield's mutations, the unusual distribution of effects, the variety of symptoms across different residents, the combination of physical mutation and cognitive impact might reflect a more complex contamination than simple radiation exposure alone could produce. Homer's crayon is the most extreme expression of a specific kind of neurological impairment that appears disproportionately common in Springfield. The show depicts multiple characters with cognitive profiles well below the statistical norm for a random American community. If the contamination affecting Springfield includes biological agents, in addition to radioactive material agents with specific neurotoxic properties, the prevalence and severity of cognitive impairment in the population might be explained by a more targeted exposure than diffuse radiation alone. Burns didn't just poison Springfield with radiation. He may have been running experiments in his biological weapons facility, and some of what was being tested may not have stayed contained within the lab's walls. Section 9 Expansion Springfield's location. The deliberate geographic impossibility of Springfield has a literary precedent worth acknowledging. The way certain iconic fictional settings in American literature have been designed to evoke everywhere rather than somewhere specific. Sinclair Lewis's fictional Midwestern cities. The nameless American town that appears in certain Flannery O'Connor stories. The specific geography of Faulkner's Yoknapatawpha County which is technically based on a real Mississippi location but functions in the fiction as a stand-in for a specific kind of Southern American experience rather than one particular place. Springfield sits in this tradition. It is the animated descendant of a long line of fictional American locations designed to be universally recognizable precisely because they are not literally specific. But The Simpsons takes this further than any of its literary predecessors by actively building contradictions into the geography. Lewis's zenith is internally consistent, even if it doesn't appear on a real map. Faulkner's Yoknapatawpha is geographically detailed and coherent within its own terms. Springfield is neither. It is actively incoherent, with contradictions that multiply across the show's run rather than resolving into any stable picture. This active incoherence is the show's most sophisticated geographic joke, and it operates on multiple levels simultaneously. For casual viewers, it's simply the gag of a cartoon town that can have whatever geography the plot requires this week. The mountains appear because the episode needs mountains. The ocean appears because the episode needs an ocean. The show is not pretending otherwise. For attentive viewers, the contradictions accumulate into something that functions like a meta-joke about American regional identity. Every American city likes to think of itself as uniquely positioned, the right combination of natural features, economic advantages, cultural characteristics. Springfield's geographic impossibility satirizes this by having all of the features simultaneously, a city that has claimed all possible geographic advantages without the corresponding specificity that would limit it to any one of them. For the theoretically inclined, the impossibility becomes evidence. Springfield is geographically unstable because geographic stability would be legally dangerous, or because it is assembled from the dream fragments of a comatose man, or because the contamination has warped the space around it, or because a community that has agreed to maintain fictions in every other domain naturally extends that agreement to geography. All three levels operate simultaneously. The show is funny on the surface, satirical at the second level, and something stranger at the third. Section 10 Expansion: The Floating Timeline. The show has, in its flash-forward episodes, given us a picture of what the future would look like if the timeline were allowed to advance. These glimpses are worth examining carefully, because what they depict is not a happier Springfield but a more honest one. In Lisa's Wedding, the Season 6 episode that flashes forward to Lisa, at age 23, the future Springfield is recognizable as a continuation of the present, but darker in specific ways. Lisa has grown into exactly the person the show has been developing her toward: intelligent, principled, still searching for the kind of connection that her family provides imperfectly and that the world provides even less. She is engaged to a man who seems to genuinely love her but who struggles to accept the specific reality of her family. Homer's chaos, Bart's aimlessness, Marge's patient endurance. The episode's emotional core is the relationship between Lisa and Homer in this future. Homer, older now, has not fundamentally changed. He is still clumsy, still loving in his particular way, still a source of embarrassment and pride in equal measure. But the years have done something to him, added a weight that is not quite gravity, not quite regret, but something in the space between them. The scene in which Lisa tells her fiancé that she can change her family, that she has been changing them her whole life, and that she is not willing to stop, is one of the most compressed and honest things the show has produced. It says, in a few lines, something about the nature of love that the show usually approaches obliquely, that loving difficult people is itself a choice that must be made again and again, that the family you didn't choose is the one that most shapes who you become, and that choosing it consciously in full knowledge of its costs is a different act than simply being stuck with it. But this future is sealed away. Lisa returns to being 8 years old. The episode ends. The insight closes. Why? The standard answer is format. You can't sustain a flash forward as the show's ongoing reality. The audience is attached to the characters at the ages they've always been. Changing that would change the show irreparably, but the coma theory offers a different answer. Homer's dream cannot show his children growing up because he does not know who they will become. He has no data. Lisa at 23 is not a person Homer has ever met. The flash-forward episode is not a genuine vision of the future, it is the dream's attempt to extrapolate, using the information available, what Lisa might become. And the dream can hold that extrapolation for one episode, one experiment, one attempt to imagine forward. But it cannot sustain it because sustaining it would require Homer to know things he doesn't know. The flash-forward seals because the dream can only speculate so far before it runs out of reference material and the simulation breaks down. The dream returns to what it knows. Lisa at 8, Bart at 10, Maggie at 1. The world as it was in April 1993, running on a loop, because that is the only version of the world. Homer has enough information to simulate indefinitely. Section 11 Expansion, Ned and Moleman. Ned Flanders' relationship with time operates differently from everyone else in Springfield. For most residents, time is not passing at all. The floating timeline holds everyone in permanent stasis. But Ned's experience within that stasis is uniquely punishing. Where Homer cycles through adventures and resets without carrying the weight of what happened, where Bart recovers his mischief by the next episode, where even the catastrophic events in other characters' lives tend to disappear without lasting damage, Ned accumulates. Maud's death persists. It is never rolled back. In subsequent seasons, Ned is depicted as a widower, processing grief, eventually attempting to date again. The loss is permanent in a way that most losses in Springfield are not. The show, in its treatment of Maud's death, made a specific choice to treat it as irreversible, to let it be a real ending, a real loss that the character carries forward. This is simultaneously the show being honest about grief and, within the context of the theories we've been exploring, deeply unfair to Ned specifically. Every other major character's losses reset. Ned's doesn't. The man who lives according to a moral framework that should, in a just universe, afford some protection or at least some reward, is the one whose losses are allowed to stick. The show's God talks to Homer. Ned serves God, and God lets Ned keep every loss. This inversion is the show's darkest, sustained joke. It runs for 36 years, without ever being resolved or explained. The devout man goes unrewarded. The negligent man goes unpunished. The gap between them does not close. And yet Ned keeps showing up to church. He keeps maintaining the programming that was installed in him as a child, the cage of kindness that allows him to process what happens to him through a framework of patient suffering rather than legitimate outrage. He keeps forgiving Homer. He keeps extending grace to a neighbor who has caused him genuine, documented, irreversible harm. The question the show never directly answers is whether Ned's faith is sustaining him or merely prolonging his suffering. Whether the conditioning that prevents him from accessing his anger is protecting him from something worse, or whether it is preventing him from accessing the only response that would be proportionate to what his life has actually been. Hans Moleman's 31 years of apparent physical age have a companion mystery that the show never addresses. Where is Moleman's family? Most background characters in Springfield are embedded in some community structure. They have jobs, relationships, social connections that place them within the town's fabric. Moleman's connections are mostly to random suffering. He is victimized rather than connected. He appears in scenes not because the scene requires his specific presence, but because the scene needs someone to be hurt. If Moleman is truly 31, he has been visually ancient for at minimum several years, and potentially for decades if the rapid aging happened early in his life. During those years of catastrophic premature aging, someone presumably noticed. There was a period when Moleman looked his age and then stopped looking it, when the change was rapid enough to be visible to people who knew him. Who were those people? Where are they now? What did they conclude about what was happening to him? The show never provides any information about Moleman's history or context. He exists outside the normal social fabric of Springfield in a way that is either a comedy choice or a deliberate exclusion. A person whose story is so strange and dark that even Springfield's collective denial cannot quite absorb it. He is too obviously wrong to be normalized, so instead he is just not discussed. He lives and dies and comes back in the background, and nobody mentions it, not because they've agreed not to, but because he exists outside the scope of anything the community has decided to acknowledge at all. Moleman may be the purest expression of Springfield's treatment of the people it cannot absorb. Not exiled on a railroad car like the real Seymour Skinner, not quietly overlooked like the radiation symptoms, but simply not included in the community's self-story at all. A background figure, a thing that happens and unhappens. A man who is 31 years old and looks 90 and dies every few weeks and keeps coming back and has never, in 36 years, been given a storyline that placed him at the center of anything. Section 12 Expansion Everything Connects. The question of whether Springfield was always built this way, whether it was designed from the beginning as a system oriented toward its own perpetuation, or whether it developed these properties organically through the accumulation of decisions made by different people with different intentions at different times, is one the show never directly addresses. Burns is clearly deliberate in much of what he does. The rehiring of Homer after the German acquisition, the pursuit of Mona across decades, the deal with Abe. These are documented choices, made with specific strategic awareness. But not everything in Springfield's self-perpetuating architecture was Burns's doing. The collective denial that the principal and the pauper makes visible predates Burns's manipulation. The tendency of the town to forget and reset, to choose comfortable continuity over honest reckoning, is something the community does as a matter of social practice independent of whether Burns explicitly engineers it. The town's amnesia is both Burns's most useful tool and a property of the community itself, operating through mechanisms that Burns leverages but did not invent. This distinction matters because it changes what kind of story Springfield is telling. If the system is purely Burns's creation, then Springfield's problems have a solution. Remove Burns. Get rid of the billionaire, dismantle the empire, clean up the plant, and the town can begin to recover. It's a story about power and the specific malign will of a specific malign person. But if the system is partly Burns's and partly emergent, partly the result of deliberate manipulation, and partly the result of a community's own choices about how to manage difficult truths, then removing Burns doesn't resolve everything. The community's tendency toward collective denial persists. The agreements not to look too closely at the contamination or the aging or the four fingers, those agreements exist in the town itself, produced by the town's own self-protective impulses, and they would continue without Burns to maintain them. Springfield's problems are not solely imposed from outside. They are also internally generated, maintained through a kind of democratic collective choice that is, in its own way, more disturbing than straightforward external oppression. The town could look. It chooses not to. Not because someone is forcing the choice, but because looking is uncomfortable and not looking is comfortable, and the social contract that supports not looking is strong enough to sustain itself. This is the show's deepest and most uncomfortable observation. Not that powerful people do bad things to powerless people, that's a simple story with a simple moral. But that communities with full access to uncomfortable truths will often choose, freely and democratically, to decline them. Not because they're stupid or because someone is manipulating them into the choice. Because the truth is hard and the lie is easier, and the social fabric holds better when everyone agrees to believe the same comfortable thing. Springfield is not a metaphor for America in the sense of a one-to-one mapping where Burns equals a specific institution, and Homer equals a specific demographic group, and the plant equals a specific policy failure. It is a metaphor in the more diffuse and more honest sense. It depicts the emotional and social mechanics of how communities actually function under pressure, how they manage the gap between what they know and what they can afford to acknowledge, how they balance accountability and stability, how they decide which truths to hold and which to let go. And the answer Springfield arrives at, consistently, across 36 seasons, is that the truths they let go of are the ones that would cost something to keep. The truths that are free to believe that the family is intact, that the town is fine, that Homer will be okay, that the loop keeps running, those are the ones Springfield holds. The truths that would require change, confrontation, accountability, those get exiled, tied to a train, sent away, and every Sunday night at 8 o'clock, the couch gag plays. The family lands on the couch. The episode begins. The loop runs on. It always does. Springfield is not a warning about what America might become. It is a portrait of what America already is, a community that loves its family, laughs at its contradictions, worries about its children, and has made a democratic decision not to look too hard at the steam rising from the towers on the edge of town. The towers that have been there since the first episode, that have never been fixed, that are still there, right now, in the background of every shot of the Springfield skyline. Leaking. Thank you for making it through all of Springfield's darkest corners with me. If you're still awake, remarkable. If you drifted off somewhere around the third theory, I hope whatever dreams found you were kinder than anything in this town. Sleep well, Drop your location and time in the comments. I want to know where in the world people are when they close their eyes in Springfield. Additional expansion section 1. The physical evidence in full detail. One of the most compelling threads within the radiation theory involves what it tells us about the generational progression of the contamination's effects. The theory is not simply that Springfield residents are currently experiencing radiation exposure. It's that the contamination has been ongoing long enough to affect multiple generations, which means the biological effects present in the current population of Springfield may not be primarily the result of their own lifetime exposure. They may be the inherited result of their parents' exposure and their grandparents' exposure, accumulated across decades and expressed in the current generation through mechanisms that resemble genetic transmission rather than direct environmental impact. This matters because it changes the profile of what we should expect to see. A population experiencing direct radiation exposure would show effects concentrated in the most directly exposed individuals, people working at the plant, people living closest to it, people spending the most time in the most contaminated areas. The effects would be unevenly distributed based on proximity and duration of exposure. But a population experiencing multi-generational radiation exposure, where the contamination has been ongoing long enough that some of the biological effects have been incorporated into inherited characteristics, would show a much more uniform distribution. The effects would appear across the entire population regardless of individual exposure history, because some portion of what's being observed is the inherited legacy of previous generations' exposure rather than current generation exposure alone. The uniformity of Springfield's physical characteristics, the yellow skin, the 4 fingers, the bulging eyes, applies to everyone in the town, regardless of how much time they spend near the plant. Bart, who is never anywhere near the plant, has the same physical markers as Homer, who works there daily. Marge, who only worked there briefly, has the same markers as her children, who have never been inside. The distribution is uniform. This uniformity is consistent with multi-generational inherited effects. If Homer's parents were exposed to the plant's contamination, and Abe's long history in Springfield suggests he was, and if their exposure produced heritable biological changes, then Homer's characteristics are at least partly the expression of his parents' exposure, rather than, or in addition to, his own. And Homer's children's characteristics are at least partly the expression of Homer's accumulated further. Each generation, the effects compound slightly. The contamination accumulates in the gene expression of the population, becoming less about current environmental exposure and more about what the environment has already done to the heritable information being passed down. Burns has had not just decades but potentially generations to work with. Springfield's residents are not just the products of their own exposure to the plant. They are the products of everyone who lived in Springfield before them, all the way back to whenever the contamination first began. This timeline question, when did the contamination start, is one the show never addresses directly. The plant has been operational within the show's timeline for Homer's entire working life, but Burns's age, if the immortality theory is correct, suggests he has been operating in Springfield for far longer than Homer has been alive. If the biological weapons laboratory existed before the nuclear plant, which the backstory of Mona's 1969 raid suggests is possible, then the contamination of Springfield's environment may have begun well before the current nuclear facility was operational. Springfield's contamination history might extend back further than the plant's construction. The biological and chemical residue from Burns's earlier operations may have been in the water supply for decades before the radiation exposure from the nuclear facility began layering on top of it. What Springfield's residents carry in their biology is not just nuclear contamination, but the accumulated residue of everything Burns has done to their environment over the full scope of his presence in the town. Additional expansion section 2. The dream logic of later seasons. If the coma theory is correct, there is a specific prediction it makes about the show's trajectory that can be evaluated against the actual record of what happened. If each season represents a further deterioration in Homer's comatose brain function, if the dream is getting less coherent, less anchored to external reality, more given over to pure fantasy and wish fulfillment as the underlying neurological substrate degrades, then later seasons should show a specific pattern. Increasing disconnection from the logic and consequence structures of earlier seasons, escalating implausibility in plot construction, a greater reliance on celebrity and novelty over character and emotional honesty, and a progressive weakening of the emotional core that made the early seasons worth caring about. This is, by almost universal consensus among the show's critics and fans, exactly what happened. The show's later seasons are not simply more outlandish in their plots. They show a specific kind of incoherence, not random, but consistent with the deterioration of a particular kind of mental function. The characters retain their basic personality signatures, Homer's appetites, Bart's rebelliousness, Lisa's idealism, but they lose their specific weight. They feel like outlines of themselves rather than fully inhabited people. The emotional beats land less precisely. The satire grows less specific and more generalized. The jokes in late-season episodes often feel like jokes a brain might make about the subjects the real jokes were about one step removed, mimicking the form without the substance. Like someone dreaming about being funny rather than actually being funny? This is a recognizable quality in late dream content. The simulation begins to degrade at the edges. The things the dream cares most about the family, the emotional core, the basic warmth are preserved longest because they are closest to the dreamer's true concern. The things the dream cares less about the satirical sharpness, the internal consistency, the specific texture of the world begin to fray first. The couch gag, the ritual opening of every episode persists and, if anything, becomes more elaborate over time. The family is always there, they always make it to the couch. The central image holds even as everything around it becomes less coherent. The dream maintains its essential picture Homer with his family, all together, at home, while losing its grip on the specifics of how they got there and what it means that they are. Additional Expansion Section 3. The alternate endings and what they tell us. The existence of multiple alternate endings for the Burns shooting is more significant than it usually gets credit for being. In normal television production, alternate endings are sometimes produced for logistical reasons protecting secrecy around a major twist. For instance, by filming multiple versions so that no single crew member can leak the actual resolution. This is the most charitable interpretation of why the Simpsons team produced a fully animated, fully voiced Smithers ending. But the show's DVD commentary reveals something more interesting than logistical caution. The writers discuss the alternate Smithers ending not as a decoy, but as a genuine consideration. They entertained Smithers as the shooter seriously, worked through the logic of it, and found it plausible enough to produce. And the Barney Gumble possibility, which was apparently considered seriously enough that a prison storyline was contemplated, suggests the writers were working through genuine alternatives rather than maintaining a firm answer. From the beginning, the fact that multiple endings were seriously considered, rather than one answer being fixed from the start and protected through decoys, implies that the mystery solution was genuinely provisional during production. The answer was chosen from a genuine field of possibilities. The clues in Part 1 were not laid to lead specifically to Maggie, they were laid to create a framework that multiple answers could fit, and then Maggie was selected as the final answer, because she offered the most dramatically satisfying combination of surprise and consequence-free resolution. This is not the same as being solved. A mystery that is reverse-engineered where you pick an answer and then identify which clues support it is fundamentally different from a mystery where the clues genuinely and uniquely point to a single conclusion. In the latter case, the solution is inherent to the mystery. In the former, the mystery is a structure that supports whatever conclusion the creators decide to assign. The Smithers ending that was produced and then shown in the 138th episode Spectacular and dismissed by Troy McClure with the DNA evidence joke that explicitly references the O.J. trial confirms that the mystery's construction was retroactive. The show created a framework. Then it selected an answer. Then it dismissed the plausible alternatives through the comedic mouth of a character who is himself fictional and unreliable. Troy McClure's dismissal of the Smithers ending is not authoritative. Troy McClure is a joke character, a parody of a certain kind of washed-up Hollywood presenter, and he is not presented as someone whose analysis of the evidence should be trusted. His dismissal of the alternate ending on the grounds that the DNA evidence would have to be ignored is not a logical argument. It is the same argument that real juries make when they decide to trust forensic evidence over other considerations. And the O.J. reference in that same line explicitly acknowledges that real juries have ignored DNA evidence to reach conclusions their community needed to reach. The show is saying, the official answer requires you to trust the DNA evidence. The real OJ trial shows that trusting DNA evidence is a choice, not an inevitability. The community makes the choice it needs to make. Springfield chose Maggie because Maggie was the choice the community needed. Additional expansion section 4. Burns and the question of legacy. There is one question about Burns's immortality project that the show raises and never resolves. What happens after Burns? Burns has no children. He has no heir in any traditional sense. His wealth, his power, his empire, all of it rests on his continued existence because he has spent a century building a system organized around his own perpetuation rather than the perpetuation of a lineage or an institution beyond himself. The power plant is Burns's, not the Burns family's, not a corporation with an independent existence. Burns's, his personality, his decisions, his continued daily involvement. Smithers is the closest thing Burns has to a successor, in the operational sense. Smithers knows how everything runs, understands the systems, maintains the institutional knowledge. But Smithers is not Burns. He doesn't have the wealth. He doesn't have the network. He doesn't have the century of accumulated political capital and strategic relationships that make Burns's empire function. And Smithers' devotion to Burns is so total that it's unclear whether Smithers even has an independent conception of what he would do if Burns weren't there. This is one of the most quietly disturbing aspects of Burns's situation. He has built a system designed to ensure his perpetuation indefinitely. But in doing so, he has structured everything around himself in a way that makes the eventual failure of that system, and it will eventually fail, because no system is eternal, not just his personal death, but a total institutional collapse. When Burns finally dies, and despite the weekly treatments and the disease equilibrium and the century of accumulated wealth, he will eventually die because the universe does not negotiate with money indefinitely. There is no succession plan. There is no heir. There is no organized process for transitioning his empire to someone else. There is Smithers, who will be devastated, and there is the plant, which will need someone to run it, and there is Springfield's economy, which is built around the plant, which is built around Burns. The death of Burns is not just the death of a character. Within the logic of the show's universe, it is the potential collapse of the entire structure that Springfield is built on. The economy, the employment, the power supply, the political patronage, the medical infrastructure that has been shaped by Burns's money, all of it connected to him, all of it dependent on his continuation. Springfield cannot allow Burns to die because Springfield cannot survive the consequences. This is the most complete expression of the closed loop the radiation theory describes. The contamination poisons the people. The people's cognitive impairment prevents them from challenging the contamination. The contamination's source, the plant, is economically necessary for the town's survival. The town's economic survival depends on Burns, who depends on the treatments, which are funded by the profit from the plant, which is kept running by Homer's protective incompetence, which was engineered by Burns himself. Every part of the system produces conditions that sustain every other part of the system. Remove any element and the rest begins to fail. Springfield is not just poisoned. Springfield is trapped in a poisoned system that its own desperation for survival prevents it from dismantling. Additional expansion section 5. The denial system at scale. The principal and the pauper's most underappreciated element is the judge. Judge Snyder is a peripheral character in the show's canon, appearing occasionally in legal contexts, functioning primarily as a comedic authority figure whose rulings tend toward the absurd. But in The Principal and the Pauper, the judge does something that moves beyond comedy into something genuinely unsettling. He issues a legal decree, a court order, a formal, documented, official instrument of the judicial system that declares a specific person, Armin Tamzarian, to be, as a matter of law, a different person, Seymour Skinner. Not Tamzarian pretending to be Skinner, not Tamzarian having assumed Skinner's identity, Tamzarian being Skinner, legally, definitively, as a matter of official record. And then the same judge makes it illegal under penalty of torture, a sanction so extreme it functions as a joke about judicial overreach to mention the events of the evening. Not just to speak about them publicly, to mention them at all. The judge criminalized the private act of referencing a documented truth. This is not a court protecting a person's right to a fresh start. That would be a parole or a sealed record or a name change order, legal mechanisms that do exist for legitimate reasons. What the judge did was fundamentally different. He declared that objective reality, as documented and witnessed by the entire community, had a different legal status than the convenient fiction the community preferred. He did not seal the record, he changed the record. He rewrote the official account of who a person was. Judicial systems have the authority to make certain things legally true that are not factually true. Contracts, corporations, marriages, adoptions, all of these involve legal constructions that create official realities that can differ from physical realities. A corporation is not a physical person, but it has legal personhood. An adopted child is not biologically related to adoptive parents, but legally is their child. These legal fictions serve legitimate social purposes. What Judge Snyder did was use this judicial capacity not to create a new legal structure serving a legitimate purpose, but to enforce a community's preference for a comforting lie. He weaponized the legal system's reality-constructing authority in service of collective denial rather than legitimate social function. And nobody questioned it. Nobody in Springfield found this legally extraordinary. Nobody appealed the ruling. Nobody sought federal intervention for the extraordinary judicial overreach of criminalizing the truthful referencing of documented events. Because the same collective agreement that produced the vote to keep the lie also produced the willingness to accept whatever legal instrument was necessary to enforce it. The community that voted to maintain the fiction would naturally accept any legal structure built to protect that fiction. The judge's order was not an imposition on a reluctant community. It was a formalization of a decision the community had already made. This is the show saying something specific and important about the relationship between law and community consensus. Law does not simply impose order on communities. Law reflects and formalizes the commitments communities have already made about how they will understand their own reality. When a community decides, collectively, that a certain version of reality is the one it will maintain, the judge issues the decree that makes it official. The law serves the consensus rather than the consensus serving the law. In Springfield, the consensus is, we will not see what is uncomfortable to see. We will not acknowledge what is dangerous to acknowledge. We will maintain the fiction, vote for the fiction, and expel anyone who challenges it. The law is the instrument through which this consensus is formalized and enforced. This is how Springfield works. And the show is suggesting, closer to how communities in general work than most people are comfortable acknowledging. Additional expansion, Section 7. Predictions and the Writer's Room. The specific character of the Simpsons' writing room during the show's peak years, roughly seasons 3 through 10, is relevant to understanding the prediction phenomenon in a way that goes beyond simple statistical probability. The show drew heavily on writers from specific academic backgrounds. Harvard, in particular, contributed a disproportionate number of writers whose training was not in creative writing but in mathematics, philosophy, computer science, and economics. These are disciplines that orient their practitioners toward pattern recognition, systemic analysis, and the modeling of complex systems behavior over time. A writer with a mathematics background approaches satire differently than a writer with a creative writing background. The mathematician is trained to identify underlying regularities in seemingly chaotic systems, to spot the governing logic beneath surface complexity, to predict in the mathematical sense where a system's dynamics will carry it if current conditions persist. When these writers satirized American culture, politics, and technology, they were drawing on trained pattern recognition skills applied to cultural data rather than purely creative intuition. The Trump prediction is a good example of this. The observation that celebrity could translate to political power, that American political culture was evolving in ways that would make a Trump-style candidacy not just possible but plausible, was available to anyone willing to extrapolate the existing trends. What the Harvard-trained mathematics background gives you is the ability to perform that extrapolation rigorously rather than impressionistically. To look at 1,999's data about the intersections of celebrity culture, media consolidation, political entertainment value, and the erosion of traditional political gatekeeping, and to calculate, not guess, calculate where those trends would lead. The writers weren't predicting, they were modeling. The difference is significant. A prediction says, I believe this specific thing will happen. A model says, given these inputs and these dynamics, this is the output the system generates. The model is not concerned with whether the specific event occurs. It is concerned with understanding the system well enough to describe its behavior under varying conditions. The Simpsons at its best was modeling American culture with the rigor that its writers' mathematical backgrounds allowed. The specific events that appear to be predictions are simply cases where the model was accurate enough that its outputs corresponded to actual events. Most of the model's outputs corresponded to events that didn't happen, or that haven't happened yet, or that happened in slightly different forms than the model predicted. Nobody clips those. Nobody goes viral for finding the Simpsons episode that didn't predict anything. What the internet has done with the prediction phenomenon is select the most striking confirmations of the model's accuracy and remove them from the context of the model's overall output, including its many inaccuracies. The resulting impression is of supernatural predictive ability, when the underlying reality is something more interesting and more reassuring. A group of very smart people who understood American culture well enough to model its dynamics with unusual accuracy. Additional expansion section 12. What Springfield owes its audience. There is a relationship between the audience and Springfield that the theories, in their focus on internal consistency and canonical evidence, tend to underexplore. The audience is not simply observing Springfield. The audience is part of the system. Every episode of The Simpsons has been watched by millions of people. Each viewing represents a choice to spend time in Springfield, to engage with these characters, to participate in the ritual of the couch gag and the theme song, and the 22 minutes of whatever the current episode brings. The show has been running for 36 years, and the audience has renewed that choice season after season. In renewing that choice, the audience has participated in the maintenance of Springfield. It has provided the economic justification for the show's continued production. It has expressed, through ratings and merchandise and cultural engagement, a sustained desire for Springfield to continue existing. The audience has been, in its own way, voting alongside the Springfield citizens who voted to keep the lie. Not because the audience is choosing denial in the same way Springfield's residents are. The audience knows it is watching a show. The audience is aware of the show's fictional status in a way that Springfield's residents, within the show's logic, cannot be. But the audience's continued engagement sustains the conditions that allow the show to continue, and continuing means not changing the characters, not aging them, not resolving the mysteries, not providing the kinds of accountability that the theories identify as missing from Springfield's internal logic. The audience has been asking, for 36 years, that Bart remain 10 and Lisa remain 8, and the loop keep running, and the show has complied. Because the show serves the audience's desire for Springfield to continue, and the audience's desire for Springfield to continue is a desire for the specific version of Springfield they love, which is the frozen version, the amber version, the version that never changes and never ages and never faces consequences. The coma theory says Homer's love for his family is what keeps the dream running. But there is another layer beneath that. The audience's love for The Simpsons is what keeps the show running. And in both cases, love is the thing that sustains the loop. The beautiful, sustaining, slightly tragic fact of caring about something enough to not let it end. This is the note the theory ends on. Because it's the most honest thing to say about The Simpsons and the people who watch it. We love it. We have loved it for 36 years. Some of us, or 20 years, or 10. Or since the first episode we ever stumbled across and found ourselves laughing at Homer doing something that was somehow both stupid and deeply recognizable. We love Homer's desperate love for his family. We love Marge's patience and quiet strength. We love Bart's chaos and Lisa's conviction and Maggie's mystery. We love the couch gag and the quick E-Mart and Moe's Tavern and Ned's Okilly Dokilly and the way Springfield always looks the same in the establishing shot. The skyline with the plant's towers always there, steam always rising. We love all of it. And loving it has kept it alive. And keeping it alive has kept Bart 10 years old and Lisa 8 and Maggie 1 and Homer dreaming, maybe always dreaming about the family he loves. The loop runs because we want it to. And that is the deepest mystery of The Simpsons, deeper than who shot Burns or how Burns is still alive or where Springfield is on the map. Deeper than the radiation and the coma and the collective denial and the floating timeline, we have a show that has shown us, honestly and with care, the consequences of never changing. It has depicted the suffering that comes from a system designed to perpetuate itself. It has traced the damage done to real people, Fictional, real people, but real people in the way fictional people become real, when you care about them by a world that will not allow growth or accountability or the passage of time. It has shown us all of this. And we have watched it for 36 years and chosen, every season, to renew our subscription. Because Springfield is home. Because the family is ours. Because Bart is 10 and Lisa is 8 and we are not ready for them to grow up. Because Homer is on the couch, and the dream is still running, and we don't want it to stop. That's everything. Every theory, every mystery, every thread pulled and followed and traced to wherever it led. Thank you for making the journey. I hope you got some rest somewhere along the way. That's what Springfield is for. In the end, a place to visit when the real world is too loud. A family that never changes. In a house that always feels like home. Subscribe if you want to come back. And whenever you wake up from this, or from whatever dream found you tonight, drop a comment. Tell me where in the world you were. Tell me what time it is. Sleep well. Springfield will be here. One final thread. The show that refuses to end. There is a particular quality that separates The Simpsons from every other long-running show in television history, and it is not its length, though the length is remarkable. It is not its influence, though that too is extraordinary. It is something quieter and harder to name. The Simpsons, at its best, made people feel understood, not entertained, though it did that too, brilliantly, for years. Not simply seen, though the recognition it offered to working-class American experience in its early seasons was genuine and important. Understood, the show took a family that was, by any external measure, failing a cognitively impaired father, a frustrated mother, a delinquent son, a daughter who was too smart for the room she was in, and a baby that nobody paid enough attention to, and made them the center of the most successful animated franchise in the history of American television. It did this because it told the truth about those people. Not the flattering truth, not the redemptive truth, not the version of the truth that wraps everything up in a third-act moment of growth and resolution. The real truth, that these people were damaged and loved and failing and trying and ridiculous and irreplaceable. That their flaws were not problems to be solved, but conditions to be lived with. That the family, for all its chaos and incompetence and occasional spectacular failure, held together, not because they deserved to, not because the universe rewarded their effort, but because they chose each other. Again and again, in every episode, through every reset, in every dream cycle of every theory that tries to explain why the loop keeps running, Homer chooses his family, every episode. Even when he chooses wrong first, even when the adventure takes him somewhere else, even when Burns's grudge and the radiation and the crayon and the dream conspire to keep him from seeing clearly, he finds his way back to the couch, to Marge, to Bart and Lisa and Maggie, preserved in amber, always young, always there. This is what the theories are really about, underneath the radiation and the coma and the shooting and the immortality and the denial. They are all trying to explain why Homer always comes home, why the show always resets, why the family is always intact at the end. The radiation theory says it's biology. The coma theory says it's love. The denial theory says it's community consensus. The immortality theory says it's wealth and engineering. But all of them, at their core, are trying to answer the same question. Why does this family persist? And the answer the show gives, across 36 seasons, is not complicated. It is almost embarrassingly simple for a show with this many layers. They persist because they are a family. Because being a family means choosing each other in the absence of any particular reason to, in the presence of many reasons not to, against the evidence of everything that has happened and everything that might. Because love, in Springfield and everywhere else, is less a feeling than a practice, less something you have than something you do, again and again, in the small, ordinary moments between the catastrophes. Homer sitting with Marge watching television on a Tuesday night, Lisa playing her saxophone alone in her room, Bart's particular brand of affection that looks exactly like harassment, Maggie in the corner, watching all of them, saying nothing, knowing everything, the family on the couch, the loop running, the dream refusing to end. That is The Simpsons. That is what 36 seasons and 800 episodes and every theory and every mystery and every buried storyline and every impossible survival was always about, a family that chooses each other. Every Sunday night at 8 o'clock. Forever.